Chapter 201. Zhong Shou was at a loss, taking a close look at the old man beside him. Thinking for a moment, he smiled. Senior knows Villa Hedyen, so you must be a senior within the Kenzo sect. My eyes are bad and nearly didn't recognize senior. You are actually a day-wandering realm expert. However, it is okay for senior to say that my martial path and spiritual cultivation aren't normal. Zhong Shou isn't a humble and pretentious person. Only, I don't know if I am earning or losing in this business. Look at those people, they are all scolding me for being an idiot. The two of them didn't cover their voices when they spoke. However, apart from Hu Qianqiu, Tan Tao and a few others, no one could hear them. When the old man heard that, he scoffed coldly. That is because these people are the true idiots. I don't know how you deduced that the price of beast crystals is about to fall. Anyways, it seems like we are going to earn this sum, and the profits won't be small. Buying primary level pills to increase their value, this idea was really whimsical, but it was also a strange and sudden rise. Although my Wujue Villa was prepared to dump the beast crystals, what we thought about was to buy some top-grade spiritual pills and herbs. Zhong Shou thought to himself that this old man was not only from the Kenzo sect but also from Wujue Villa. His expression didn't change, since Senior said that, I am at ease. You big sects eat meat, while I am just a small shrimp, I can only drink soup. Whilst he spoke, he was looking at a person. It was the guy from the fox race that he saw before. Under his sleeves, 5 fingers were pointing towards Zhong Yuan, secretly changing the position of his fingers. It seemed really casual, but there was a pattern to it. Zhong Shou was speechless. Was he bullying him for not knowing the secret code? He didn't read those books about this for nothing in the last life. 8 hours later, East Region Earthward Corridor Room B. Did he want to meet Zhong Yuan? He was probably going to be disappointed. That old man didn't notice anything and laughed. A deal involving 1,000,000 grade 4 beast crystals wasn't just some soup. Donglin Cloud Continent was far from enough for Zhong Shou's purchase. The other cloud continents and the hidden sects of the 12 islands were all involved. He could already faintly see that at least in the next few years, the price of these beginner-level pills would be controlled by the Crown Prince. Even he was faintly moved by such a huge profit. If it wasn't for him worrying about the trust of the Sanlu Bank and the reputation of the Wujue Villa, he would have gone all out to snatch this business. However, even if he didn't care about this, he probably wouldn't have the chance to do so. This Crown Prince would probably only need a few months to become a member of the same sect as him. Even if that wasn't the case, the power that stood behind this child was enough to cause all those who knew about it to shrink back. That Song Xingdao was someone who had fought against the 3 factions of Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism for 10,000 years and still wasn't at a disadvantage. The Kenzo sect might be strong, but they might not be able to win against him. Zhong Shou didn't care much about the words of the old man from the bank. However, Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao were delighted. They made up their minds and knew that they were going to earn this money. There was nothing to worry about, their faces filled with joy. Even Chu Shui rolled her eyes, taking out all of her secret stash in one breath. She only had a few hundred grade 2 and 3 beast crystals, so naturally she couldn't participate in this level of trade. However, in the trading hall, she collected some scattered goods. When Chu Shui happily walked back, the trade here was more or less completed. Not only did they purchase beginner pills and armor, but they also did some businesses that could have huge profits. Zhong Shou was only worried that he wouldn't be able to use the beast crystals in the bank, which was why he made a few deals. The last person amongst these people was a little unexpected. It was the Kongqi sect outer sect deacon called Xiaohan. Zhong Shou had been looking forward to meeting this person. Kongqi sect focused on crafting artifacts, so the talisman weapons and beginner spiritual artifacts in their storage would definitely be huge. However, within the sect, they also had pill masters. This Kongqi sect probably had at least 50 million in their storage. As expected, the moment this person opened his mouth, he wasn't disappointed. Our Kongqi sect has 7 million sets of talisman armor, 7 million talisman soldiers, bows, swords, and halberds. They are all accumulated over the years and are split into 3 grades. Beginner spiritual artifacts and weapons are a little less, around 3,000. The total price is around 10 grade 7 beast crystals. It can be exchanged for grade 6 mind stones. Now that the two of us have rushed over, you can discuss the price in person. Zhong Shou was surprised. Talisman soldiers, talisman armor, and spiritual weapons were much harder to craft than those pills. Like Pill Fountain sect, if they went all out with their 40 large Hunyuan furnaces, they could craft close to 40,000 beginner pills every 3 days. As for one talisman weapon and spiritual weapon, it would at least take a few days. Moreover, the sales volume was even wider and the consumption was also huge. Actually, the profit margin in terms of weapons would be several times that of beginner pills. Unfortunately, the quantity was a little less. For Kongqi sect to have so many treasures was already enough to surprise him. Although 1 million wasn't a lot, in Gantian Mountain City, only the Black Fox Iron Cavalry or the Iron Tiger Halberd Warriors, the elites of the elites, could equip such talisman armor. Next would be the other generals in the army who could equip it. Following which, Qiao Han's tone changed. However, I came here today because I have another business to discuss with the prince. Can I invite the prince to make a trip with me? Zhong Shou was filled with doubt, looking at this person. Since he said he wanted to talk, then it most probably wasn't about the beginner spiritual artifacts and talisman weapons that he was purchasing. Who knows what this Kongqi sect outer sect deacon was trying to do? However, thinking about it, he still had hundreds of thousands of grade 4 beast crystals that he hadn't found. Some of the bigger sellers probably hadn't received the news. It was okay to follow and take a look. He nodded his head, allowing Qiao Han to lead him in front. Not long later, they arrived at the warehouse of a shop. As expected, it was one of the biggest hidden sects in Donglin Cloud Continent. The land they occupied within Jiefu City was really vast. Just this warehouse alone was 5,000 feet of space. When Zhong Shou followed Qiao Han in, he was startled. Only to see that in a corner of the warehouse, there were rows of neatly arranged armor. The dark red color was the style of full body armor. Helmets and face armor were all complete. They were supported by wooden frames, standing there quietly, shining with a metallic glow and giving off an extremely cold and sinister aura. At the side was a row of weapon racks, all 8 feet long halberds. There were also dark red bows and cavalry knives. Behind it was horse armor of the same material, also covering the entire body, only the style was a little weird. At the head area, there was a sharp horn that was extremely sharp. Just looking from afar, there was an aura of a golden spear and armored horse charging over. What Zhong Shou paid attention to was that the surface of the armor didn't have a single rune. Looking at the aura, it was obviously a grade above spiritual artifact. All the weapons and armors were actually inlaid with runes and crafted. At a glance, a rough count revealed that there were actually a total of 4,500 sets. Grade 3 spiritual artifact? No, it seemed to be an armor forged after being simplified and castrated. It is between a spiritual artifact and a talisman artifact. Simply put, in a short period of time, power that could be used as a spiritual artifact couldn't be used for long. Not only did it need strong true qi or spiritual energy to activate, but it also couldn't be used flexibly. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly as he observed closely. It seems to be a few years old, some parts have been reforged and repaired. Deacon Xiao, are you going to sell all of this to me? Although that was the case, Hu Zhongyuan and the others behind all sucked in a cold breath. A full 4,500 sets of grade 3 spiritual artifacts. What kind of concept was that? Even if there were as many flaws as Zhong Shou said, it would be worth at least 500,000 grade 4 mind stones, even 1,000,000. That's right. Xiao Han smiled. Is the prince interested? In this world, there aren't many sets of armor that can be used in battle. As for spiritual artifact grade ones, they are even rarer. Your Kongqi sect found these things from some ruins, right? 10,000 years old things, in the end you can't sell them, right? Xiao Han's face was filled with awkwardness. Zhong Shou curled his lips and laughed coldly. Without martial ancestor-level strength, these weapons and armor are just trash. They aren't much stronger than normal iron. Moreover, they can only fight on horseback and not in formation. As for these horse armors, only dragon-horned winged horses can equip them. But in this world, where can we find so many dragon-horned winged horses? Dragon-horned winged horses and wind-winged dragon beasts were different. The former was a grade 4 beast comparable to Xiantian, while the latter was only grade 3. Although they both had the word dragon, dragon-horned winged horses had the bloodline of the true dragon race. The ancestor of the wind-winged dragon beast was just a fake dragon. Xiao Han's face had already turned ashen white. He originally thought that this Zhong Shou was a dumb person. If not, why would he buy so many basic spiritual pills? Looking at it now, he seemed to know his stuff. Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao exchanged glances with one another, losing a lot of interest in these armors. Dragon-horned winged horses, in the entire Donglin Cloud continent, there were only 1,500 to 600 of them. Moreover, they were really expensive. Even if Zhong Shou was really rich and got the horses, Gantian Mountain couldn't gather so many martial ancestor experts. If they searched the entire 5 provinces, maybe 3,000 to 5,000 people would be able to find them. However, how could such an army weapon be casually handed over to others? If it was a single martial ancestor expert, if they had the money, why not buy a true grade 3 spiritual artifact? Xiao Han seemed to be trying his best to suppress his anxious emotions, explaining at the side, maybe the prince doesn't know, but this set of armor is the standard armor of the Wulya Country Blood Cloud Cavalry during the Cloud Desolate era. It was said that during that era, the 30,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry were invincible in the Cloud world. Close to 600 martial venerables and body-shaping experts died in front of the army formation. Once they gathered 1,000, they could form the Blood Cloud Breaking Formation. In the Donglin Cloud continent, no one could stop them. Zhong Shou laughed, retracting his gaze uninterestedly. Deacon Xiao, don't bully me because I don't read books. I know a little about the Cloud Desolate Wulya country matters. The Blood Cloud Cavalry was invincible in the world, wiping out tens of sections. However, I also know how the 30,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry were wiped out. It was said that if there were less than 300 of them, there would be a fatal weakness, right? Chapter 202. Looking at Xiaohan's face getting uglier and uglier, Zhong Shou couldn't take it anymore. However, he still had to say those words. I heard that during the Cloud Desolate era, Song Xingdao only used 70 Return to Sun Realm Spirit Masters during the war with Wulya Country. With a small plan, the 30,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry were wiped out. A Return to Sun Realm Spirit Master along with 100 to 200 martial ancestors who were prepared could wipe out 300 lone Blood Cloud Cavalry. Wiping out Wulya Country. Did I remember wrongly? As he said that, Hu Zhongyuan and the others were at a loss. Looking at the pile of armor and weapons, their gazes were like they were looking at trash. In Gantian Mountain City, the Sky Fox, Iron Tiger, Wind Bear, and I Wolf races were the strongest. However, even with the strength of the 4 races added together, they couldn't gather 300 Blood Cloud Cavalry. With so many flaws, even if the grade was higher, it wouldn't be of much use. Following which, Zhong Shou gave a final blow. Apart from that, I remember that this set of armor needs to be paired with a special heart cultivation method, right? It's called something blood cavalry kill cultivation method. I heard that it was lost. Anyways, if these things were good, you wouldn't have piled them up here. Scoff, do you think I'm stupid? Xiaohan was close to despair. This Zhong Shou couldn't cultivate and didn't have any spiritual cultivation. A piece of trash, how was he so knowledgeable? He originally wanted to give up, but after thinking about it, Xiaohan sighed slightly and decided to try harder. Prince, our Kongqi sect has kept these things for a long time and didn't sell them. However, it was because other people didn't know what was good for them. I think the prince isn't someone without ambition. If Gantian Mountain wants to rule Donglin Cloud Continent, how can we not have an elite cavalry army? Just relying on one Black Fox Iron Cavalry is far from enough. The prince can't gather enough martial ancestors now, but that doesn't mean that in the future you won't be able to. That blood cavalry kill heart cultivation method isn't lost. It's just that we haven't found some ruins in Wulya country. If there are flaws under 300, then keep it above 300 and don't split up. If you don't like that they can only fight on horseback, our Kongqi sect can also help you modify them. Actually, with some slight modifications, these weapons and armors can still be used as Tier 1 spiritual artifact. Zhong Shou's expression changed. Just as Xiao Han's mind was slightly shaken, he shook his head and said, "I'll think about it." Although Xiao Han was disappointed, he still had some hope in his heart. Since the day the Kongqi sect discovered these armors, he had not had a good day. Previously they thought that they could easily sell it off at a high price, so the sect spent a huge amount of precious materials to repair it. In the end, he couldn't sell it no matter how hard he tried. Whether it was Donglin Cloud Continent or the other cloud continents, no one was interested in the Blood Cloud cavalry armor and Blood Cloud halberd bow. Those hidden sects were able to beat up 300 to 500 martial ancestor realm experts and could afford the price. However, they weren't fools. Moreover, they could craft more suitable spiritual weapons and armor, so they didn't need this item. It had been piled up here for tens of years. Just the maintenance alone had cost a lot of beast crystals. Every time he returned to the sect, he would see the ugly faces of the elders in the sect. However, it wasn't Xiao Han's fault. Zhong Shou acted like he was in deep thought as he looked around. Then, his gaze was fixed on another corner of the warehouse, only to see that there were numerous messy items piled up there. They were all spiritual weapons and artifacts. There were also some leather and ores mixed within. However, looking at their appearances, they weren't much. Zhong Shou's brows rose up as he walked over. What is going on with these things? They seem to be from a long time ago, items from the Cloud Desolate era. Most of them are broken items. Xiao Han was originally thinking of what to say, but when he heard that, he smiled. Prince has good eyesight. What is piled up here are some broken Cloud Desolate era spiritual artifacts. Although these items are broken, some of the artifact crafting methods are still beneficial to our Kongqi sect. This is why our Kongqi sect would purchase some each year and send them back to the sect. Actually, not only our sect, the other sects also purchase broken spiritual pills and artifacts. These few years, for some reason, there have been many ruins and caves that have appeared. This is why there are many broken spiritual artifacts. Zhong Shou smiled, too lazy to bother with him. He started to search within these items. He had no intentions of having any accomplishments in crafting, but the broken spiritual artifacts here were really useful to him. In just a moment, he pulled out a sword. On the sword body, it was actually carved with 9 unicorn qilin shapes intertwining with one another. Zhong Shou casually took out a higher quality weapon from the side, casually slashing with the sword in his hand. It instantly broke, not even giving out a single sound. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Before this sword was broken, was it grade 8? What a waste. This sword had no spiritual energy at all. There was a chip a foot away from the sword handle. It was obvious that it was already broken. Xiao Han glanced at it. his face filled with regret. What a waste! This sword was said to be the sword of a king in the cloud-desolate era, able to gather the energy of the emperor. As it was made from mixed gold, we don't know the materials, so it would be tough to break it down. Zhong Shou nodded his head and continued to search. In just a moment, he exclaimed. From the pile of broken spiritual artifacts, he took out a bright yellow pearl, thinking to himself that there was actually such a thing. To be thrown into the trash, this Kongqi sect really didn't know what was good for it. Looking at the other items, there were still many good items, but most of them were badly damaged. Zhong Shou casually picked 10 items, be it in terms of appearance or grade, they were all decent. Especially a conch-like item which he loved the most, playing with it in his hand for a long time before placing it down. Then, he turned around and raised 4 fingers towards Qiaohan, 2 grade 7 beast crystals, all the blood cloud cavalry armor and weapons, along with these items as gifts. I will buy them all. Qiaohan's eyes constricted, only feeling like his heart was being viciously grabbed by someone. He shook his head like a rattledrum. Impossible! This is 4,500 sets of grade 3 spiritual artifacts. Cavalry armor, horse armor, bow, halberd and knife all set. The combined power of such a complete set of spiritual artifacts was comparable to a 4th stage spiritual artifact. Without 100 and above grade 4 mind stones, how would one be able to do it? Moreover, it is an invincible killing weapon on the battlefield. 2 grade 7 beast crystals. To think that the prince can say such a price. No? Then you can continue to keep it. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips curled up, turning around without hesitation and walking out of the door. Hu Zhongyuan and the others didn't agree with him buying these pieces of trash, so they didn't try to persuade him, immediately following. Qiaohan's face was alternating between green and white. After a short while, it was like all the energy in his body had been sucked dry. He said dejectedly, 4 grade 7 beast crystals, it can't be any less. Our Kongqi sect spent such a price just to repair them, we can't lose out. What does the money you spent have to do with me? Zhong Shou grinned, looking extremely evil. You also said that after these things are modified, they are similar to basic spiritual artifacts. Moreover, in my eyes, they only reached such a level after the entire set was used, so their practicality is even worse. It is just close to 4,000 basic spiritual artifacts. Forget it, how about 3.5? I also want to form a good relationship with your Kongqi sect, especially Deacon Qiao. Just treat it as you owing me a favor. Originally, I really didn't want to buy it. Give me a dragon-horned winged horse to test the effects. It must be delivered within 5 days. Oh right, I heard that your sect is also buying and selling spiritual grade weapons. Can you give me 300 of those 3-arm giant crossbows? I will pay 10 grade 7 beast crystals. If you can help me keep it a secret, I can add 5 more. Qiaohan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, his heart relaxed. To be able to sell these items and earn back a few grade 7 beast crystals was already not bad. Although it wasn't much, their Kongqi sect hunted under the cloud ocean every year. However, with 10 ascended ancestors and 8-day wandering spirit masters working together, they could only obtain 8 to 10 grade 7 beast crystals. Although the sect had stronger experts, once they reached the grandmaster level, if they dared to go down the cloud ocean, they would definitely die. With those few people taking charge under the cloud ocean, no matter how strong the sects were, it was useless. This time, they had actually earned a lot. They really had to thank Zhong Shou. That dumb, however, why did this fellow want to buy giant crossbows? When the time came, would they be able to afford it? Forget it, let's not bother about it. This was a huge business. Personally witnessing the blood cloud armor and weapons being moved into the Sanlu Bank treasury, from now on, they would be under his name. Zhong Shou's mood was really happy. He also booked a few guest rooms in this Jefu city. Then, He took out those abandoned spiritual artifacts and started to think about them. Tan Tao and the others at the side were speechless. In his eyes, those armor were useless. Who knew what Zhong Shou was buying them for? However, when he tried to persuade him, Zhong Shou didn't bother at all. Hu Zhongyuan's brows were tightly furrowed. Even if he had money, he couldn't spend it like that. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to persuade him but he stopped himself. Zhong Shou was helpless under the looks of these few people. He couldn't help but look behind him, thinking that his Ruo Shui was the best. No matter what he did, she would treat it as a matter of course. In your eyes, am I someone who will do things that will make a loss? Don't worry, not only will I earn from this business, I will earn a huge profit. Seeing that Tan Tao and the others didn't believe him, Zhong Shou was too lazy to explain. He knew where the dragon-horned winged horse was produced, and he also remembered the blood cavalry kill heart technique in his head. A few years later, there would be numerous Xiantian masters who would advance to martial ancestor. However, he couldn't explain these things. Holding that conch-shaped object and playing with it, he observed it closely for a moment. With a thought, Zhong Shou caused Little Gold to leave his arm. It merged with this object. The ability that Little Gold awakened after Grade 4 was the solid-state ability. On its own, it wasn't worth mentioning. However, if it combined with the mimicry ability from before, it was extremely strong. Like now, repairing this abandoned spiritual artifact. When those spiritual channels were completed in Little Gold's body, the spiritual formation within the conch started to cycle once more. In the next instance, numerous noises sounded out in the room. Sound listening conch, it really is this thing? Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he used a spell. A large portion of the noises were instantly removed. Zhong Shou used many different spells, causing the sound to change. Chapter 203. Young Master, what is this thing? Chu Shui tilted her head and looked curiously at Zhong Shou's hand. This conch-like thing could actually hear people talking. Sound listening conch, Grade 7 spiritual artifact. I heard that within 1,000,000 feet, it can ignore any Grade 4 and below spells. During the Cloud Desolate era, it was a spiritual artifact that was specially used for eavesdropping. I let Little Gold use a solidifying method to repair it, however, it can only have 30% of its original effect. Zhong Shou laughed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Apart from the sound listening conch, there was a wall-penetrating mirror that could see through any wall within 1,000,000 feet. In the past, he had one in his hands and was curious about it. However, he didn't have the guts to steal it. After a good friend borrowed it, he didn't return it. That was just too evil. Everyone in the room was silent. It wasn't because of the sound listening conch, but because of Little Gold. Then, everyone looked towards the Grade 8 spiritual sword that Zhong Shou took back. It could solidify and repair Grade 7 spiritual artifact. Then, repairing this 9 Qilin sword wasn't a difficult matter. They finally understood why Zhong Shou would bring back these abandoned spiritual artifacts. A Grade 8 spiritual artifact was worth 100 Grade 7 beast crystals. They really earned a lot this time. Especially Chu Shui, the teacup in her hand couldn't be held as it fell to the ground with a clang. In the past, Zhong Shou always said that his spiritual pet was amazing, but she didn't believe it. Only now did she believe it. Even if it didn't have any other skills, just this solidifying method was really amazing. Zhong Shou seemed to have guessed what everyone was thinking, shaking his head. It isn't as exaggerated as you all think. Even if Little Gold repairs it now, it can at most use 10% of its strength. Moreover, it can only be used for 60 breaths. Everyone didn't think much of it. To be able to use it for 60 breaths was not bad. In the next moment, they heard a moaning sound spread out from within the conch, and, so strong, so comfortable, so me. Her voice was like a silver bell, extremely charming, and it was mixed with the sounds of slapping and heavy breathing. Hu Zhongyuan's eyes immediately lit up. Tan Tao remained calm and collected, but his ears perked up slightly. Chu Shui's cheeks were flushed red. Ruoshui only blinked her eyes and was rather curious. Zhong Shou was listening with great interest, but suddenly he felt 2 fingers pinching the soft flesh on his waist. He knew that this little brat Chu Shui was betraying her master. Feeling helpless, he could only change his hand seal. He changed his position. Then, a low voice sounded from the conch, "Zhong Yuan, that ungrateful bastard, when have elder brother and young master mistreated him? He actually dared to betray his master and defected to that trash of a prince. I think he doesn't want to live anymore." Everyone in the room was slightly startled. They all looked at Zhong Yuan with deep meaning in their eyes. Then, another voice sounded out, "Is it inconvenient for him? Or he didn't see our signal and didn't rush over? How can he not see it? 8 hours later, think of a way to meet here. He has learned those signals before. As long as he pays attention, he will know." That low voice laughed coldly. "Look at how he doesn't leave Zhong Shou's side at all, looking so loyal. Half a month ago, he accompanied Zhong Shou to wreak havoc in Xian Mountain City. Everyone knows about this matter. He most probably made up his mind to join that Zhong Shou. Who knows if he is dumb or crazy? Following elder and young master, his future is limitless. Why does he have to jump onto a broken boat? Does he really think that Zhong Shou has the support of Xianyuan Tong and will be able to sit on the Monster King throne?" Zhong Shou blinked. So he had guessed the signal correctly, it was actually this room. Just as he was feeling gleeful, he heard the voice from the sound shell ring out once more. "Do you think that he already knows about that matter? If not, it doesn't make sense. Elder has doted on him so much these few years. With his personality, he doesn't look like a disloyal person. Impossible. That matter was really secretive. Even when ruler went all out to investigate, there were no result. He is a person with no power and no power, how would he know about it? During that battle, apart from brother and us, everyone else died. The dead tell no tales. Everyone knows that his father died in battle because he couldn't win. It was the ruler's army that came late to save him." Zhong Shou was stunned. What he meant was, his original intention was to listen to what they had to say. If it was possible, he wanted to plant a thorn in Zhong Yuan's heart. To actually hear such an explosive and melodramatic matter. He didn't know what kind of conspiracy was going on here. That younger voice paused slightly. "Since it isn't because of that, then the trick that Elder left in his spear technique has been noticed? With his talent, it isn't weird for him to notice the flaws in his martial path foundations. For this kid to be able to charge into the martial ancestor realm so early, there must be a reason. What does this have to do with my brother? Side sect disciples can't learn direct sect technique. For brother to help him find a few remnant secret techniques, even if this Zhong Yuan knows about it, he should be really grateful." That low and sunken old man's tone was obviously impatient. "If it was up to me that year, I should have killed this kid. Brother saw that his talent was not bad and wanted to let him live." Scoff. The veins on Zhong Yuan's body were popping out, his muscles tensed up. His lower lip was bitten open, threads of fresh blood flowed out. In his palms there seemed to be 2 blood fountains flowing. His red eyes were looking at Zhong Shou with a pleading expression. His face was changing from green to white, his lips white like a dead person. His tone was weak and powerless. "Don't play any more. I beg you, Prince, stop the sound, please don't play any more." There was a faint tremor in his voice, and it was also filled with deep despair. It was filled with hatred that was carved into his bones. The sound from the sound-listening conch continued. Actually, brother wanted to take his mother as his second wife, but her temper was too stubborn, and she would rather die than remarry. Scoff, if she pitied her son a little, this Zhong Yuan would have had a chance to become a direct descendant of our Zhong family. Unfortunately, before his words spread out, there was a loud holler. A purple lightning spear pierced out, instantly reaching the limits of the human world. Caught off guard, even Zhong Shou couldn't react in time. The sound shell in front of him was flicked away by the spear, and the sound stopped. While Zhong Shoxin was in pain, he was also shocked. As expected from the genius that Zhong Weiran had his eyes on, that spear exceeded the strength of the martial path. Although he purposely went easy on him, it was indeed unexpected. To be able to maintain such a spear technique, even he might not have the confidence to win. He hurriedly took back the sound shell. There was also the Cloud Desolate Era spiritual artifact. The materials were really strong. Little Gold also didn't take it head-on, so there wasn't much damage. Only then did he relax. However, when Zhong Shou turned around and was about to scold him, he saw that Zhong Yuan was covering his face with his hands, his body slightly trembling. Although there was no sound, tears dripped down from his fingers. He was actually crying. Zhong Shou was instantly speechless, his heart more or less feeling a little guilty. Thinking about it for a moment, he smiled. "Oh right, Zhong Yuan, do you want to personally cut off the heads of Yunxia Mountain Fengyu and that blazing flame Mountain Xiong Kuei to use as a wine pot?" "No, a piss pot." Zhong Yuan was startled, raising his head in shock. Following which Zhong Shou flicked his finger, and a pill flew over. "If you have such intentions, then you have some courage. Within 5 days, charge to the 4th meridian of the Earth Chakra level. With this Earth Energy pill, don't tell me you can't do it?" Hu Zhongyuan was instantly envious. Tan Tao was also slightly moved. He didn't agree with Zhong Shou's words about cutting off the heads of Yunxia Mountain Fengyu and Blazing Flame Mountain Xiong Kuei to use as a piss pot. If the heads of those two princes were so easy to chop off, they would have been chopped off long ago. The basic spiritual pill transaction still needed to be completed in 5 days. During these 5 days, Zhong Shou decided to just stay in Jiefu City. Every day, he would take a purple spear and a set of soft armor and play with it. These 2 spiritual artifacts were left by Zhong Weiran and were grade 5 spiritual artifacts. Zhong Shou naturally didn't have the ability to modify anything. He could only add some things on top of the original foundations. More accurately speaking, it was 2 small spiritual formations. Luckily, these 2 spiritual artifacts were refined internally. With his attainments in talisman formations, he could barely do it. 5 days later, on the inner layer of the armor, there was an additional layer of closely packed blood runes. It was the same on the purple spear. At the tip of the spear, there was a yellow jade pearl the size of a longan. It was the item he got from the pile of trash in the Kongqi sect treasury a few days ago. The talisman formation on the armor along with my soul-controlling technique, even in a 10,000 army, I should be able to accurately control Zhong Yuan's body as long as he doesn't resist. This energy-gathering pearl along with the spiritual formation on the spear should be able to absorb some energy during battle. Unfortunately, the efficiency is a little low. I need to store some first. Zhong Yuan's strength is still a little weak. It's best if I buy a high-grade external pill. And these 2 spiritual formations can't be damaged at all. What a headache. Oh right, my spear technique. Those few fellows who were part of the 7 emperors all said that I was muddle-headed. Is it really that bad? Using a spear to replace a sword isn't that far off? When I used a spear, didn't they also fail to beat me? As for the formation charging technique, I should be able to pass. Only that spiritual technique is hard to deal with and I need to prepare some talismans. Looking at the results of these 5 days, he muttered to himself. Chu Shui suddenly ran back into the room like a maniac, her face flushed red with excitement. "Young master! It fell. It fell." Zhong Shou's thoughts were broken, coming back to his senses and asking, "What fell? You fell while walking?" "No." Chu Shui shook her head like a rattledrum, panting, It's beast crystals, all the beast crystals and mind stones are plummeting. It fell by 3 times in an instant, how scary. Only then did Zhong Shou's brows furrow as he walked out in large strides. Walking to the Jiefu city's transaction hall, he saw that the place was in an uproar. Everyone was panicking and at a loss. On the 2 huge screens, there was news of people selling spirit stones and beast crystals. Looking out, it was extremely eye-piercing. Chapter 204. It really dropped by more than 3 times. Zhong Shou took a close look. A weird glow flashed across his eyes. The selling news on the screen was still crazily increasing. The price was also swiftly dropping. Looking out, there were numerous news of purchasing various spiritual pills, spiritual artifacts, and resources. Without exception, they were all using beast crystals and mind stones to trade. It pretty much took up the entire screen. The most extreme one was that compared to 4 days ago, it was 4 times of what it was. The same 10,000 kilograms of food could be bought with 1 grade 1 beast crystal, but now it required 4. However, Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with surprise and shock. In his memory, this wave of beast crystal and mind stone prices shouldn't be so exaggerated. Moreover, it should have happened 6 days later, and it only dropped by a little more than 2 times. However, today, not only did it drop by close to 4 times, but it was also far from stopping. Crown Prince, it's a little strange. Even if the spirit tide is increasing, it's still not enough. Even if the spiritual tide increases, the beast crystals shouldn't have dropped so drastically in such a short time. Tan Tao furrowed his brows and looked at the crowded hall with a strange expression. His face flushed red with excitement. Not only did the prices of beast crystals and mind stones drop, but those basic pills, especially the Suyuan pill prices, were also crazily increasing. Although the amount of beast crystals that Xian Mountain City took out wasn't as exaggerated as Zhong Shou, it reached 200,000 grade 4 beast crystals. Looking at the close to 6 times profits in the blink of an eye, even he couldn't help but feel emotional. With this money, it was enough to develop 10,000 elite cavalry, like the mysterious armor-wind dragon cavalry. With Xianyuan Tong as the commander, they could easily wipe out half of the hidden sects below the spiritual house level. However, Tan Tao's eyes were filled with doubt. I originally thought that even if it was going to drop, it would be within 10 years. It should slowly drop, it shouldn't be so quick. Young City Lord, can you help me clear up some of my doubts? Zhong Shou couldn't help but roll his eyes. What was going on? At this moment, even he was confused. How could he explain it? However, at this moment it was not only Tan Tao. Even Hu Zhongyuan, Chu Shui, and Ruo Shui looked over curiously. He didn't care about the first 2, and couldn't be bothered with them, but he couldn't win against the last 2. Especially Chu Shui's sparkling, pitiful, and watery eyes. Her lethality instantly knocked him down. After pondering for a while, Zhong Shou said with an enigmatic smile, "You guys have underestimated the amount of beast crystals and spiritual stones that those holy lands and spiritual houses have. In the past, the reason why they had been stored was so that they could get through the spirit decline period, which would last for an unknown amount of time. What's the point of hiding those beast crystals and spirit stones in the warehouse?" In his memory, in the past 20 years, the few holy lands that had confirmed that the spirit tide was about to erupt were all doing their best. They silently changed the beast crystals and mind stones into various spiritual items. It wasn't until a few days later that more people noticed. The selling of beast crystals and mind stones first spread to the 19 spiritual houses, then to the other hidden sects and aristocratic families. In the end, the various powers of the 5 continents and 12 islands also went all out to sell. In a short few years, it caused the price of beast crystals to plummet 16 times. Mind stones were the same too. Only 10 years later did it slightly rise back up. However, The drop in price in his memory was controlled by someone behind the scenes and completed in an orderly manner within a few years. However, when he thought about that, Zhong Shou had some ideas. Was it caused by him buying basic spiritual pills? In his last life, he had heard some scholars talk about it. If a martial artist threw 1 or 2 punches in his own courtyard, it was possible for a chain reaction to set off a storm thousands of miles away. In the past, he always felt that it wasn't reliable, but now he understood. It turned out that history wasn't always the same. Tan Tao couldn't help but think about it. Hu Zhongyuan and Chu Shui didn't care so much. As long as they knew the rough reason, they were earning like crazy. They were extremely excited and gleeful, nearly jumping up and down. Let it all out. Zhong Shou looked at the screen once more. In such a short time, it had dropped by 6 times. It was a total mess. It was obvious that numerous people had started to sell, and they were all anxious. Zhong Shou's lips curled up. In such a situation, even if the few sect leaders of the shrines worked together to interfere, it would be useless. In his last life, he had fought in the market before. He knew that such a large-scale psychological panic had formed, and it was tough to turn it around. Unless these shrines took out large amounts of resources to forcefully pull back the price. However, was that possible? The only thing he didn't know was the drop. Was it 10 times or 15 times? Just as he was calculating in his heart, Zhong Shou's eyes suddenly looked not far away at an unusually desolate person that was familiar. Looking closely, wasn't that the Pill Fountain Sect outer sect Deacon Fang Qin? Zhong Shou instantly gave out an evil smile, raising his hand. Oh, isn't that big idiot Fang? How's your Pill Fountain Sect's business today? Fang Chen's face was ashen white, and he was in a daze. Hearing Zhong Shou's voice, he was stunned. Only after being stunned for a long while did he realize that the big idiot Fang was referring to him. He couldn't help but turn his head, looking at Zhong Shou in rage and sadness. He wanted to rip him apart, but a moment later, he realized that he couldn't do anything to him. A moment later, he squeezed out a voice from the gaps of his teeth. Despicable! Zhong Shou laughed. He was just a petty person who got what he wanted. He wasn't a righteous person, and magnanimity had nothing to do with him. When one was delighted, one should step back. Being called trash, did one have to bear with it? If he didn't give ear and face, one day he would kill his way to Pill Fountain Sect. However, thinking about it, he decided that it was better to win people over. Zhong Shou blinked his eyes. Forget it, after all you are Iran's senior brother. I won't call you an idiot. Although you are indeed stupid. How about this? I think that the beast crystals might drop to 10 times. Yesterday you traded 500 million basic pills to me. You spent 10 grade 7 beast crystals, now you can buy it back with 80. Does Deacon Fang dare to buy it? If you miss this chance, there won't be such a good thing in the future. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment before scoffing, waving his sleeves and walking away, not bothering about him anymore. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. He was doing this because of Iran, and it was rare for him to be so kind. However, he wasted it just like that. As expected, he was an idiot. The group of people looked on quietly from the side. Everyone in the hall was panicking and at a loss. Only Zhong Shou and the others had red faces, gleeful and satisfied, which was really eye-catching. Numerous people's eyes were filled with rage as they looked over. Especially the tens of people who had traded with Zhong Shou before, they wanted to swallow him up. Zhong Shou himself didn't care much, but Tan Tao and Hu Zhongyuan knew that things weren't good. They forcefully dragged Zhong Shou away from the hall. They were walking towards their suite from the corridor at the side. However, they only saw 2 people walking together. Zhong Shou smiled when he saw the situation. These 2 idiots. Speaking of which, the 2 of them were always together. Did they have some kind of mood? Just as he wanted to reach out to greet them, he saw Xiong Kuei suddenly stop. He blocked in front of the few of them, his muscular body covering a small half of the corridor. He looked coldly at Zhong Shou. If you are smart, then return those pills yourself. I can forget about this matter and not bicker with you. Zhong Shou was stunned, thinking that the two of them were here to extort money from him. Feng Yu's face was also dark and sunken, his gaze burning like a poisonous flame as he looked over. In this world, there has never been anyone who took advantage of my Yunxia mountain who can still live. If you don't want to die, then do what you want. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh, opening his mouth and revealing his white jade-like teeth, innocent and pure. Tan Tao, I am a little afraid. What do you think if I return those pills to you? Will these two fellows let us off in the future? Tan Tao was speechless, thinking about it seriously for a moment before shaking his head. Young city lord, these two are evil spirits, those who eat people without spitting out their bones. I think it is best if you don't return them. If young city lord needs, my Xian mountain city can send troops over. This prince was good at everything, but his personality was a little weird. Hu Zhongyuan directly spat out, our Gantian mountain conquers the world. No matter where our troops go, we are invincible. It is just a Yunxia mountain and blazing flame mountain. In this half a year, we have only started to shake a little. What is there to be delighted about? Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu were so furious that their bodies trembled, their faces dark and sunken. So we don't have to be afraid. Zhong Shou squinted his eyes and looked back. What if threats don't work? Why not beg me? Who knows, maybe I, Zhong Shou, will be kind and return the pills to you. Those two gazes had already turned into blades, slicing up and down, causing one to feel pain. Zhong Shou didn't care, shaking his head slightly. Why aren't you speaking? If there is nothing, then please move aside. Didn't you hear that a good dog doesn't block the way? Are the two of you really dumb? Xiong Kuei's eyes were spitting out flames as he stared right at Zhong Shou. Then, he laughed coldly, very good. After saying that, he didn't say anything more, directly turning around and leaving. As for Feng Yu, a storm was brewing in his eyes. I originally didn't want to kill you, but now I really want to eat your flesh and bones. I hope that in the future there won't be another pot of urine in my room. He waved his sleeves and left, bringing a bunch of followers with fierce gazes. In a blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Tan Tao frowned. Although he didn't agree with returning those beast crystals and mind stones, it didn't mean that he wasn't worried. Young city lord, I think it is best to be careful. I heard that Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain have at least 300,000 troops gathering towards Ruahai Mountain. Should we ask the city lord to move some troops over? Or take the Yunhai Mountain route? This time, I'm afraid it's really dangerous. Zhong Shou smiled and shook his head, his eyes regaining some seriousness. If he didn't know how dangerous the situation was, then he wouldn't need to fight for the Gantian Mountain Monster King position. This time, if he wasn't careful, it would be tough. Chapter 205. Zhong Shou spent roughly 3 days in this Jefu city. The selling momentum of low-tier medicinal pills was even stronger than he had imagined. It actually fell to about 24 times, and only after 2 days did it slow down slightly. It was close to 8 times more than the drop in his last life. At this moment, everyone in Jefu City looked at Zhong Shou with a red glow in their eyes. Their eyes were like they were looking at a gold mine, filled with greed and jealousy. However, no one dared to underestimate him. During these few days, a large portion of resources were crazily falling. Only those basic pills not only didn't fall, but instead exploded in price. Roughly estimating, Zhong Shou took out hundreds of grade 7 beast crystals and similar items to purchase them. At this moment, if he changed the pills to beast crystals, that would be close to 70 times the price difference from a few days ago. One could even foresee that the price of these basic pills would explode in these few years. Zhong Shou didn't hesitate at all. On the 3rd day, He sold half of the basic pills at 20% lower than the market price to Sanlu Bank and the pawnshop opened by Taiyuan Sec. The manager of the pawnshop didn't hesitate at all to accept it. His eyes were filled with deep meaning as he gave Zhong Shou a friendly smile. The old man from Sanlu Bank sighed. The prince's way of doing things is really admirable. Do you know that these basic pills, after a few years of careful manipulation, even if they increase in value by 5 to 10 times, it would still be enough? Zhong Shou didn't reply. To increase the price to such a level, it would depend on what kind of person and power did it. Even if he could do it, he needed to be alive to spend it. The old man seemed to know the answer, his face surprisingly peaceful. You giving out these pills is the same as giving me thousands of grade 7 beast crystals. What do you need us to do? When he heard that, Zhong Shou still kept silent and didn't speak, only rolling his eyes. He was thinking that this person wasn't as decisive as that person from Taiyuan sect. That old man gave a bitter smile. Those crazy people from Taiyuan sect can start a war with the entire cloud world without hesitation. Our Wujua villa doesn't have such confidence. Forget it, for this matter, my Wujua villa will take responsibility for the prince. 10,000 grade 7 beast crystals. He really couldn't bear to push them out. However, although we have stopped those hidden sects, we can't do anything about it. Below the Empyrean plane, you still have to rely on yourself. Right, Prince? I know of a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master who is rather reliable. Do you want me to introduce them to you? Zhong Shou smiled. What he wanted was a reliable bodyguard. After only half an hour, Zhong Shou walked out of the bank with satisfaction. Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao surprisingly didn't say a single word about the business he had made today. The way the latter looked at Zhong Shou became more and more complicated. When it was time to make a move, he would not hesitate. When it was time to let go, he was decisive. He could not see through this crown prince anymore. Although those pills were sold at a cheap price, Zhong Shou's wealth exploded from 100 grade 7 beast crystals to 7,000. When Zhong Shou walked out of the bank, he saw the screen. The price of the beast crystals dropped by another 10%. These shrines and sects are really vicious when they do things. Respect, respect. After saying such random words, Zhong Shou started to prepare to leave. Hu Zhongyuan didn't understand, but Tan Tao smiled faintly. Since they couldn't stop the drop, then they should just suppress the price and buy it back at a low price. In the future, they could also earn money. They didn't know how much these beast crystals were worth now, but in the future, the number of martial cultivators and spirit masters would increase along with the spiritual wave. The price would rise back up a little. It could be considered huge profit. Zhong Shou saying that those shrines and sects were vicious wasn't wrong. On the last day in Fujie City, they crazily bought things. When Zhong Shou left, the number of carriages had increased by 3 times. There were 2 more people beside him, 1 male and 1 female. The male was called Li Luo, and the female was called Shi Dan. They were both 40 to 50 years old. The latter was the return to Sun Realm Spirit Master that old Chao Feng recommended, and had already formed 8 true spiritual talismans. The former was personally sent over by the Taiyuan sect deacon. He was the same grade as Tan Tao, a Xuanwu ancestor with 7 meridians. However, when this person came, Zhong Shou looked at him in shock. This person might not be as strong as Hu Qianqiu, and was even weaker than Zhu Junho. However, his combat strength could cross grades to fight, challenging 8 meridians. The 2 of them didn't want to speak much to Zhong Shou and the others. They were just asked by someone to escort him to Gantian Mountain. They only bowed politely and stood at the side as if they were wooden statues made out of clay. Zhong Shou himself didn't care, buying things on a large scale before leaving Jiefu City. Tan Tao's suggestion to move troops from Xian Mountain City was something that Zhong Shou didn't agree to. However, the 3,000 cavalry that followed were left behind by him. 500 Iron Tiger halberd warriors, 1,000 mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry, plus 3,000 cavalry. It was still 4,500 people, along with 1,000 odd carriages. They majestically entered Ruahai mountain range. On the third day, a few red swift birds were like balls of fire as they flew over from the distance and landed in front of Tan Tao. Their legs were wrapped in small golden sleeves. Tan Tao casually took out the paper from within, but he didn't even take a look before sending it to Zhong Shou's carriage window. After Zhong Shou opened it, he took in a deep cold breath. Then, he face-bombed, saying with a huge headache, "I only earned some money from them. I only sold those pills for 300 grade 7 beast crystals. Why is it so exaggerated?" Only then did Tan Tao take the paper. When his eyes landed on it, the close to 7 digits number flashed. His body trembled slightly, following which he gave out a bitter laugh. 300 grade 7 beast crystals. This was like taking a knife from the bodies of these two powers. How could those two not hate him? Thinking about it seriously, Tan Tao calmed down. "Prince, if I am right, this Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain should be eyeing the mined stone mines in Ruahai Mountain Range. Why don't we temporarily retreat back to Xian Mountain City?" Hu Zhongyuan's brows were originally furrowed, and he was a little unhappy. However, when he took the paper in his hand, he instantly changed his stance. It was best to quickly retreat. The 4 exits all had 200,000 and above troop. That was just crazy. To go from those few directions was no different from asking to die. Zhong Shou looked into the distance in deep thought. After a short while, he turned his head. "I heard that father used 1,000 iron cavalry to fight in the Cloud Continent. No matter how strong the enemy was, he didn't fear them. Gantian Mountain was the same. Only Gantian Mountain people died in battle. Even if they fought to the last person, they wouldn't take a step back. Is your Xian Mountain City all like that? Seeing that the enemy is strong, you want to flee?" At this moment, the cavalry nearby were pretty much all mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry. When they heard that, they all scoffed, their expressions filled with rage as they stared over with their eyes wide open. Tan Tao's hands were tightly clenched, suppressing the anger in his chest. Knowing that the enemy wasn't someone he could beat and still charging up, that wasn't bravery but lack of strategy. He wanted to persuade a little more, but looking at Zhong Shou's mocking eyes, Tan Tao bore with it. His expression was cold. "Then let's follow what young city lord wants. Which path is young city lord prepared to take?" Cloud Stacking Mouth is flat with many clouds and mist, but the path is narrow. Hungjing Plains are huge, but there is a river blocking. Before he finished, Zhong Shou smiled. "There's no need to choose, let's take Ruahai Straits. The one that once trapped 400,000 troops of our Xian Mountain City." Tan Tao clenched his teeth tightly. He could vaguely hear the sound of teeth cracking coming from his mouth. After a short while, he was barely able to open his mouth to speak. "Young master, do you know what you are saying? Although Ruahai Straits is huge and is the best place for cavalry, it is also the closest to Gantian Mountain, but it is also the best time to spread out the army. The other 3 places have at most 200,000 people. But this Ruahai Straits can have 300,000 troops, even over 40 is possible. Once the back is blocked, we won't be able to escape." Before he finished, Zhong Shou directly interrupted. Tan Tao's expression was a little surprised. Following which he shook his head. "Tan Tao, you only know that it is tough to face a strong enemy, but do you know about martial strength, military strength, and country strength? We can't give in now. Xian Mountain City is surrounded by enemies. How many people can come?" Tan Tao frowned. It was obvious that he didn't understand. Zhong Shou didn't explain, saying expressionlessly, "Forget it, I won't explain to you. In the future you will naturally understand. Anyways, we can't show weakness in this battle. So what if they have 400,000 troops? We will step over where they are the strongest. Since I started cultivating, The sword in my hand has never backed down. The sword is like that, the battlefield is also like that. Tan Tao's pupils constricted, looking at Zhong Shou in shock. After bowing slightly, he didn't say anything more. Li Luo and Shi Dan were slightly shocked. However, after exchanging glances with one another, they still kept silent. After receiving the message from the red swift bird, these 4,500 cavalry, tens of thousands of war horses and beasts didn't slow down. Instead, under Zhong Shou's urging, they sped up. 2 days later, they arrived at the place known as Ruahai Straits. It was a canyon on the east side of Ruahai mountain range, surrounded by mountains. The first thing Zhong Shou did was to climb a few days with Tan Tao and look into the distance. This place was still hundreds of miles away. However, at this moment, there was a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master beside him. A Tao art was displayed, and a thin transparent water mirror appeared in front of the few of them. The spiritual patterns within flashed, occasionally giving off ripples. However, one could see hundreds of miles away. Wow! It really reached 400,000. Hu Zhongyuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes filled with shock. Only to see 280 miles away within the canyon. Surprisingly, it was an army camp. It occupied tens of miles of land, extremely majestic. What Zhong Shou paid more attention to was the aura that charged up from the camp. There were close to 1,000 of them. Amongst them, there were 6 that could compare to Tan Tao. 6 Xuanwu ancestors, 2 returned to Sun Spirit Masters. This battle isn't going to be easy. Alright, there are also those 2. Thinking back to Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei, although they weren't Xuanwu ancestors, they had the combat strength of Xuanwu. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips twitched slightly. He knew that the opponent was strong, but to be so strong, even he didn't have much confidence in breaking through. It seems like I can only go all out, let's hope that he doesn't disappoint me. Just as he was thinking about that, Zhong Shou exclaimed and looked behind him. In that instant, numerous cold glows flew over. Chapter 206. The sky full of light exploded out within 1,000 feet, instantly arriving in front of the few of them. Only when he got closer did he realize that they were extremely sharp silver nails. They shot over like a storm. They were only 3 inches long, but they were like crossbows shot out by Xuanwu ancestors. Just the glow from the tip of the nails was enough to pierce through everything. Behind them, there were a few people who followed closely. Like a shadow, he flew not far behind those iron nails. Their speed was also really quick. Many dark and cold gazes shot over from the nail veil. There was actually no one who wasn't a Xuanwu ancestor. This sneak attack was really sudden. Shi Dan was the first to react, waving her sleeves and scoffing, "Spell wind whirlpool." Instantly, a wind whirlpool exploded out 100 feet in front of them. Balls of wind swept. Although it didn't sweep those nails away, it caused their momentum to freeze. Their trajectories were slightly messed up as they all moved to the side. Shi Dan's hands formed a seal, chanting once more, "Protector beast sword slave, form a sword." A green mist gathered in front of her. Not long later it took form. It was as if he was a living person, and he held a sword formed from soul power in his hand. His gaze was sluggish, yet sharp and awe-inspiring. Its aura was no weaker than Tan Tao's. Along with Shi Dan casting her spell, numerous gung metal spirits gathered on that soul sword. It actually showed a physical body. When that sword turned totally gold, it instantly caused a sky full of golden light, smashing away all the nails that got close. The next to react was Li Luo, lowering his waist. He didn't care about those silver nails at all. Like a leopard, he sped behind the nail veil. The 2 sabers in his hands, one long and one short, each carried a sharp saber chi, drawing a brilliant arc, madly twisting like a storm. Just the first knife caused one of them to spurt out blood. Those few people were obviously stunned for a moment. They exclaimed in surprise, but they did not continue to fight with him. Only 2 people were left to hold him back. The other 4 directly passed by. They were still at where Zhong Shou was standing as they charged over. Dan frowned. At this moment, she was unable to cast any powerful spells. With another wave of his sleeve, another Class 6 soul beast appeared. It was over 30 meters tall, and its body was like a hedgehog. Its body was covered in scales and spikes, and it had the agility of a spirit leopard. It directly charged towards a person. The last ones to react were Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao. The former's expression was solemn as he crossed his 2 mandarin duck sabers in front of him, resisting the strong wind that was rushing towards him. Although the remaining 3 people hadn't arrived, the wind created by the fight between Li Luo and the other 2 Xuanwu ancestors had already reached here. In just an instant, the flat mountainside rocks were sliced into numerous holes by the sword qi and blade glow. It was showing signs of collapsing. This caused the area within 100,000 feet to be filled with dust and strong winds. An ordinary Xiantian martial master at the initial meridian of the Earth Chakra realm had a strength of about 30,000 jin. At the 3rd meridian of the Earth Chakra level, it could increase to 45,000 kilograms. 4 martial ancestors with 4 meridians of the Earth Chakra level, it directly tripled to 150,000 kilograms. As for Xuanwu ancestors with 7 meridians of the Earth Chakra level, they had 1.5 million kilograms of strength and could shake mountains. Hu Zhongyuan's eyes constricted, like he knew that he wasn't the opponent of any one of them. However, he didn't retreat and instead advanced. It was still a tiger roar as he swept out without any regard for his life. With a heavy kung, this full-strength strike actually forced one of them back hundreds of feet. However, the other 2 didn't stop for even a moment. They didn't bother about Hu Zhongyuan, who was already powerless, as they continued to charge forwards. 2 incomparably tyrannical martial Dao wills fiercely pressed down. Tan Tao's face was covered in cold sweat. When the 2 Xuanwu ancestors were 100 feet away, Zhong Shou was stunned. Only then did they explode out under this vast pressure. He scoffed. The black and white mandarin duck sabers in his hands both shot out thousands of feet before swiftly retracting. It was only 200 feet, but it was more condensed and sharp, like the sabers in his hands had instantly expanded by tens of times. Like 2 balls of light, they covered the space 300 feet in front of him. Not only did he go all out, but this saber shadow was also the most perfect saber in his life so far. First, there were clanking sounds as those iron nails were all slashed away. Then, it clashed with the saber and sword glow of the 2 Xuanwu ancestors. In just a moment, they clashed numerous times. One of them spat out blood and retreated. However, Tan Tao's figure was also suppressed by the enormous force that came crushing down on him. Everything below his waist sunk into the stone. A body flashed across like a gust of wind. In front of him was only Zhong Shou, who was 100 feet away. He stood alone on the stone platform. Who knows when a grade 5 spirit beast that looked like a broken mountain bear appeared in front of him. This Xuanwu ancestor's eyes were filled with doubt. The legendary Zhong Shou should be a piece of trash who didn't know how to cast spells. However, just now he personally saw him summon a protector beast, following which he didn't care. So what if he knew how to cast spells? Under his sword, he would still die. Just as this person was staring at Zhong Shou was also looking at him. He was roughly 40 years old with a square face. His aura should be that he was close to breaking through 7 meridians of the Earth Chakra level. His eyes were filled with the joy of being about to succeed, as well as a vicious killing intent. It was also filled with confidence and calmness. Samuraim's eyes squinted, following which he smiled helplessly. A ball of silver light from his sleeves sank down towards his waist. At this moment, there were 2 swords hanging by his waist. One was the lightning-winged sword that Duanmu Iran gave him, the other was the broken 9 Qilin sword. Pretty much in an instant, Little Gold's body merged with the 9 Qilin sword. Behind Zhongsho, a ball of Yin soul also rose up. It brought the 9 Qilin sword body, which was shining with a bright golden glow, into the air. Within his soul, the illusionary spirit energy sword was also injected into the sword body. The golden light flashed and struck the middle-aged man in front of him in the nick of time. In the next instant, Sher Dan's exclamation could be heard. "Daytime OB?" Sher Dan's eyes were filled with shock. With his night-wandering realm soul power, he was actually able to go out of body at night and wasn't burnt by the sun-true flame. How did this crown prince manage to do it? Then, another wave of astonishment rose in his chest. This is a grade 7 spiritual artifact. No, it's grade 8. It actually has a second soul, illusionary spirit sword embryo. The last few words were just what she thought in her heart, and she didn't have time to say it out loud. The scene before her eyes caused her pupils to dilate to the extreme. That Xuanwu ancestor who was close to Zhongsho didn't look at the sword image above. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Zhongsho's neck. Who cares what methods he had, as long as he chopped off this person's head, everything would end. Under the day-wandering realm, no matter how strong a spirit master was, without a body, they would only die. However, when the golden sword light attacked him at a speed several times faster than his and at an extremely mysterious angle, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. His eyes instantly constricted. Without hesitation, he explosively retreated. In that instant, he only felt that this sword was abnormally fierce and sharp. He was afraid that before he could chop off Zhongsho's head, his body was about to be sliced into pieces. His mind was in a mess all of a sudden. Why was this Zhongsho able to go out of body during the day? Why was his sword technique so exquisite? Where did he get that grade 8 spiritual artifact? The illusionary spirit sword crafting technique was obviously the path of sword cultivators. Which idiot actually said that this person was trash who didn't accomplish anything in both the spirit and martial paths? What AF * king scam? He was crazily retreating into the distance. At that moment, his heart had totally given up on his plan to assassinate Zhongsho. However, in the next breath, he felt that the 9-headed Qilin sword shadow in front of him was a little different. At that moment, Zhongsho's soul was indeed changing. A darkness blooming Sirius was blooming. This caused the soul sea to immediately boil and suddenly expand by close to 20%. The golden sword shadow suddenly flashed and shook as it pierced into the sword light in front of him. It sliced off the head of the middle-aged man with one sword. Heaven swallowing energy conversion, slash again. The 9 Qilin sword that was flying in the air didn't delay at all, only swallowing a small portion of this person's essence energy to block the sunlight. Following which it slashed towards another Xuanwu ancestor at the side. This person crazily dodged right away. The blade in his hand surged with blade energy as he waved it in front of him, but it was of no use at all. The 9 Qilin sword was still easily in front of him. In the end, his eyes were filled with despair as he suddenly hollered, "Retreat! Quickly retreat! This person is a night-wandering sword-driving cultivator. His sword path is one with the spirit. F*** his grandmother." He wasn't able to say that last sentence. That golden sword light had already pierced through his left chest, directly piercing through his heart. It absorbed the thickest essence energy and pierced through. At this moment, the expressions of the other 4 people changed. Without any hesitation, they started to flee. Li Luo laughed coldly, his body unbelievably pulling back his bow, exploding out like a spring. His body flashed and he sliced off the head of one of them. Tan Tao didn't hesitate. his body pouncing out to tangle with a Xuanwu ancestor that was forced back by Hu Zhongyuan. Zhongsho's sword rose into the air once more. Like a luan bird, in a tenth of an instant he was 1,000 feet away. With a twist of the sword body, he sliced off the head of another person. However, when he reached this point, Zhongsho had used up all his strength. In his soul, the blooming Sirius was slowly withering and closing. He wasn't willing to use the other two darkness blooming Sirius here. Using his spiritual sense to sense, he knew that there was no need for him to interfere. He didn't hesitate to ride the sword back into his body. As expected, when he opened his eyes once more, Li Luo had already caught up to another person. They were still entangled in the battle, but they had a suppressive advantage. Li Luo's lips were filled with a cruel smile. Tan Tao's opponent was even worse. Under the combined efforts of Shi Dan, the two spirit beasts and Tan Tao, he couldn't hold on for more than 10 minutes before his head was sliced off. Hu Zhongyuan, who had been watching from the back, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Chapter 207. 6 Xuanwu Zhongsho. It ended just like that? How quick! Looking on as the last person was killed by Li Luo and Shi Dan's few spirit beasts. Only then did Hu Zhongyuan turn around and look at Zhongsho with a shocked expression. Possessing a tenth of Power's Grade 8 spiritual artifact, Second Soul Illusionary Spirit Sword, Sword Path 1 with the Spirit, along with that moment when he reached the peak of the Night Wandering Realm for some reason. When all these were combined, he was actually able to insta-kill Xuanwu ancestors. Out of the 6 who attacked, close to half of them died in the hands of Zhongsho. Li Luo and Shi Dan's eyes flashed with a weird expression, like they were getting to know him for the first time as they looked at Zhongsho once more. Only Tan Tao frowned as he looked at the corpses on the ground. Looking at their methods, they seemed to be from the demon path. They also don't seem to have anything to do with Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain. Just as he was about to step over to check those corpses, Zhongsho finally caught his breath. The consumption this time was so intense that he had lost most of his essence energy. Even Little Gold had no energy at this moment. The darkness blooming Sirius that he used needed a few more months to reach that level. While thinking that he had lost another trump card, Zhongsho shook his head. No need to look, it is most probably Demon Mountain Sect. Demon Mountain Sect? Tan Tao exclaimed. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't pay much attention to it. He nodded his head expressionlessly. So that's the case. Since he could easily insta-kill a Xuanwu ancestor with one sword, then in this world there weren't many people who could do anything to Zhongsho. Those above the Ascended Realm couldn't interfere in Cloud Continent matters. Zhongsho's identity was especially sensitive. As long as he came to Gantian Mountain, even if he was the Demon Mountain Sect leader, he didn't need to fear him. Zhongsho nodded his head gratefully towards Li Luo and Shi Dan. These two people really put in a lot of effort. The former blocked 2 Xuanwu ancestors of the same grade. When he was in danger, the latter sent his protector spirit beast over to save him. This time it was all thanks to these two, otherwise even if he had the help of the Darkness Dutchman Sirius and the 9 Qilin sword, he would still die here. As for Tan Tao, he was actually not bad. No matter how much the people of Xian Mountain City didn't like him. However, in the original history, more than half of the soldiers in this city had died because of his predecessor. Zhongsho took a closer look at their belongings and sighed. At this moment, he was extremely rich. The things that these people were carrying were at most grade 1 or 2 spiritual qi, so he didn't take it to heart. It was a pity that the small Qiankuan pouch could not be bought even if one had the money. After waiting for a few days in Fujie City, there was still no sign of it. No one was willing to sell even when they put up the offer. However, just as he was about to move down the mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. Shi Dan's body flashed and blocked in front of him. Her brows furrowed. The prince's sword path is one with the spirit and your spells are strong. It is similar to what my sex elder he said. However, a battle between armies is totally different from a life and death battle between a few people. Even if you can kill these 3 Xuanwu ancestors, you might not be able to do much on the battlefield. At that time, Li Luo and I might not even be able to protect ourselves, much less your life. That isn't 44 million, but 400,000 elite troops. Your talents are not bad, it would be a waste if you died here. Li Luo's lips curled up in a mocking manner, but he didn't agree or disagree. Zhong Shou wasn't surprised. The elder he that this woman mentioned was most probably old Chao Feng of the Sanlu Bank. He smiled and said without thinking, I know what to do. When the time comes, if Mr. Shi sees that the situation isn't good, you can leave first. You don't have to worry about me. Shi Dan was startled, waiting for her to react. Zhong Shou had already walked past her and headed down. He had to quickly go down the mountain, if not the essence energy and true qi gathered on the 9 Qilin sword would dissipate. Shi Dan couldn't help but frown when she saw the situation. She stared viciously at Li Luo who didn't say a word. She could only helplessly follow Zhong Shou down the mountain. At this moment, 30 miles away, Lei Dong's eyes didn't even blink as he looked at the stone platform. There were 2 people beside him. One of them was Zhao Yanran who was sitting cross-legged expressionlessly. However, her aura was much thicker and more condensed. Surprisingly, he had stably stopped at the martial ancestor realm. On the skin that was exposed outside of his clothes, one could faintly see 5 different colored tattoos swimming under his skin. The other person was lying paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were opened wide, filled with rage and helplessness. If Zhong Shou was here, he would be able to recognize that this person was Xianyuan Iran's senior brother Fang Shu. This sworn brother is getting more and more amazing. Grade 8 spiritual artifact, darkness blooming Sirius, along with his sword path one with the spirit. In this Donglin cloud continent, there aren't many Xuanwu ancestors who can deal with him. When Zhong Shou and the others disappeared, the stone platform that they had an intense battle on started to collapse. After Lei Dong retracted his gaze, he looked at Zhao Yanran with jealousy. Following which he sighed heavily, recently I feel that I am mentally and physically exhausted. With my brother's identity and personality, how can I hide it? That uncle of mine is really unreasonable. It's really worrying. Worrying? You asked for it because you were soft-hearted. Wouldn't it be better to kill this person to silence him? Zhao Yanran coldly glanced at Fang Shu, causing his body to shudder. However, it is a pity for his sword path one with the spirit. If he could take another step and merge spirit and martial arts, there wouldn't be many people in the same generation who could compare to him. When Lei Dong heard that, he scoffed, spirit and martial arts merging. Why did you suddenly think about that? That is easier said than done, don't be too greedy. Fang Shu rolled his eyes. That Gantian mountain prince had merged spirit and martial arts tens of days ago and used it to defeat Xianyuan Tong. However, these 2 people didn't seem to know. There were huge armies on Xian Mountain, and Taigang Hall could cut off all spiritual sense. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. He instinctively wanted to say it, but just as he opened his mouth, he felt wary and didn't say anything. He decided that even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't speak. If these 2 people knew about it, he wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, he was being abused like that. Zhao Yanran didn't notice the change in his expression, mocking herself and asking curiously, "So you aren't going to help in this battle? There are 400,000 people, and there are many Xuanwu ancestors. How can he win? He actually dares to charge in. Is this Zhong Shou an idiot? I don't know. I am in a tough spot." Thinking about this matter, Lei Dong was conflicted. He was an ascended ancestor, and if nothing went wrong, within 2 months he would be able to step into the Grandmaster realm. He had long been noticed by the various sects in Donglin Cloud Continent. It wasn't good for him to make a move in such a situation. Looking at him, he seems really confident. Let's take a look first, who knows, he might be able to break through. Although he said that, in his heart, he had already eliminated that possibility. Thinking that if he had no choice, he could only show himself and save Zhong Shou from the chaos. A short while later, on a narrow mountain path, a group of silver-armored cavalry was silently advancing forwards. The leader was a middle-aged handsome man, holding a red swift bird in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. His eyes were filled with worry. What the hell is this crown prince trying to do? Less than 5,000 people, and he dares to charge into Ruahai Straits? Half a day later, when the carriage was 30 miles away from Ruahai Straits, Zhong Shou ordered them to stop and set up camp to rest up. Cloud Xia Army and Blazing Flame Army had already sent scouts to report the news back to the barrack. However, Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu were really experienced and didn't immediately send out their troop. Instead, they calmed down and waited patiently. They only strengthened their defenses and chased a large portion of their troops into their tents to rest. Another 2 groups of close to 10,000 men left the camp. They disappeared into the branching paths of Ruahai Strait. If nothing went wrong, they were going to take a detour to cut off their path of retreat. Zhong Shou didn't care, staying in the carriage and quietly meditating. At this moment, his soul ocean was changing intensely. Tens of true spiritual charms were gathering one by one to form a true spiritual talisman. However, there was always a certain power stopping it. Often when half of it was gathered, it would collapse. Each time it failed, his soul ocean would dry up by a little. This was because this true spiritual talisman that was about to form was in conflict with the laws of heaven and earth. And all of the spirit masters would continuously comprehend the true meaning of the talisman through these repeated failures and finally grasp it. Zhong Shou didn't feel dejected, not knowing how much time had passed as he tried time after time. Each time, he would improve. Just as the soul ocean whirlpool shrank to its limit, there was a loud explosion from above. A golden word talisman formed and hung in the middle of the whirlpool. It wrapped around the other 3 true spiritual talismans. When this true spiritual talisman formed, the dried-up soul ocean started to boil. First, it slowly filled up and then slowly expanded. The diameter expanded by 40% before it finally stopped. Zhong Shou continued to meditate, stabilizing his realm before stopping. His face was filled with joy. Although the battle with the 6 Xuanwu ancestors was easily settled, it still brought out some potential. He originally thought that he would only be able to form the 4 true spiritual talismans 10 days later, but he actually completed it today. At this moment, although the diameter of the soul ocean whirlpool only increased by 40%, his soul power increased by 3 times. This time it was a huge help to him. After waking up, Zhong Shou picked up the purple spear and jumped off the carriage. The bright yellow energy-gathering pearl on the spear was different from a few days ago. At this moment, it was shining brightly. After killing the 3 Xuanwu ancestors, a large portion of the essence energy was injected into it by Zhong Shou. It caused the energy-gathering pearl to be filled to the maximum. Along with Zhong Shou saying something, a person jumped out from the carriage not far away. It was Zhong Yuan, who had been in secluded meditation. Zhong Shou took a look at him, and then nodded his head in satisfaction. He was indeed Xiantian 4 meridians, even half of the way to 5 meridians. Beside him hung a purple pearl. That was the lightning element external pill that Zhong Shou bought at a high price a few days ago. Its grade wasn't high and could only provide 5 spiritual meridians. At this moment, Zhong Yuan had successfully refined the artifact and its aura had merged with it. However, at this moment, Zhong Yuan's expression shocked everyone. However, it caused everyone to be shocked. It was especially gloomy and lifeless. A few days ago, although he was feeling down, he could still be considered optimistic. However, at this moment, he didn't seem like a person at all. His eyes were ice cold, like if one got close, they would be frozen by his gaze. Zhong Shou didn't care much about that, roughly estimating. Even with the external pill, it could only cause Zhong Yuan's strength to double by a little, to around 350,000 kilograms. Luckily, apart from that, there were also spiritual artifacts and equipment. The effects weren't bad. Smiling slightly, Zhong Shou took out 2 spiritual armor and a purple spear and tossed them all over. Chapter 208. Zhong Yuan took it over and immediately recognized one of the sets of armor. It was the Blood Cloud cavalry armor that he bought that day. As for the other set of armor and spear, the moment he entered his hands, he felt extremely familiar, like they were connected by flesh and blood. Without exception, they were all grade 5 spiritual artifacts. He couldn't help but be startled, his gaze regaining a little of its focus. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. "Don't look at me, this is what father left in the Sanlu Bank. They are all lightning element, probably prepared for you." Zhong Yuan's expression changed slightly, a glow flashing in his eyes before dimming down. Zhong Shou smiled, picking up the talisman brush and circling the soul word mark near his forehead. He drew a talisman once more. Only when it covered his neck and below did he order Zhong Yuan to wear the 2 sets of armor. The grade 5 spiritual armor was a tight-fitting soft armor that was worn inside. The Blood Cloud armor was worn outside. He also wore the golden silk gloves that Zhong Shou snatched over a month ago. When he put down the visor, he rode on the dragon-horned winged horse that Kongqi sect gave him, which was already wearing a full set of armor. His entire person along with the horse looked like they were made of steel. His aura was also much colder, making one feel a chill down their spine. On the head of the horse, there was also a talisman formation drawn. Zhong Yuan sat on it, only feeling that their minds were connected, and there was no sense of unfamiliarity or disharmony. Only then did he know that the talisman formation on the head was to make it easier for him to control the dragon steed under his feet. Zhong Shou looked at it once more, ordering Zhong Yuan to stab with his spear. He estimated that this fellow's strength should be around 1.5 million kilograms. Only then did he touch his chin in satisfaction. "Oh, it should be about there. Then you will lead the charge." The people around were all shocked when they heard that. Tan Tao's face lost all color, straightening his back and looking over in disbelief. He originally thought that apart from himself, there was no one else who would lead the charge. Even Zhong Yuan turned his head to the side. His gaze once again peeked through the visor in astonishment. "I'm not sending you to your death. Among all these people, you're the only one I can control. You are my puppet, so you should know how to cooperate with me." The gazes of the people nearby all calmed down, revealing a look of relief. Zhong Shou shook his head. "However, whether you can survive or not depends on yourself. If you don't have the will to fight, if you don't have the will to live, then you will still lose this battle. Actually, this is also your chance. Whether it's to escape my control or to seek revenge, it's fine. If you don't work hard, how will you know what the result will be?" Zhong Yuan's body obviously stopped moving, his eyes filled with a thoughtful look. However, Tan Tao was still worried. The path of military warfare was different from normal battles. Even if Zhong Shou's swordsmanship was connected to the spirit, it was useless in this battle. Fighting one person and 10,000 people were 2 completely different things. For example, Xianyuan Tong and Hu Qianqiu. In Donglin Cloud Continent there were experts who could beat them. However, as long as the 2 of them went out, there was pretty much no one who would lose. In the past, when Zhong Weiran made his debut, his strength was only at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. However, he relied on 1,000 randomly gathered cavalry to sweep everything in his path. Even if tens of times the number of troops surrounded him, he would still be killed. With this monster king as an example, it seemed like he had a chance to win even if he fought 1 against 100. However, at that time, Zhong Weiron's opponents were just a bunch of random people gathered from various cities. They couldn't be compared to the elites of Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountain. Furthermore, there were several Xuanwu ancestors on the other side. Zhong Shou didn't bother about the 2 of them, making some arrangements before stepping onto the carriage. The thousands of cavalry here also silently mounted their war horses. Zhong Yuan didn't say a word, riding the dragon-horned winged horse in front of the cavalry. The entire cavalry force of a few thousand people was filled with a deathly aura. Different from Zhong Yuan, although these Xian Mountain City people had the heart to fight to the death here, they couldn't raise their morale at all. Occasionally, their eyes would turn cold as they looked at Zhong Shou's carriage. This young city lord was really messing around. He actually dared to go head-on against 100 times enemy, asking to die. Did he think they were made of mud? They also weren't willing to go against orders. They would just treat it as if they were going to be buried along with this dumb young city lord, returning Zhong Weiron's kindness of saving their lives. However, even if they were asking to die, they needed to drag 1 or 2 down with them. The military books mentioned that the army has no fighting spirit, the general has no fighting spirit. Is this the situation they are talking about? Zhong Shou sat beside the window, smiling as he looked outside. Whilst he spoke, he was giving Ruoshui acupuncture. Xianyuan Iran's pill was really useful. Although it wasn't the right thing, it had an immediate effect. At this moment, the poison in Ruoshui's body had been drained by 30% after days of blood changing. Who knows, the moment we enter the battlefield, we might die. That would be bad. Oh right, Ruoshui, do you have the Sky Fox bloodline? This question was one that he had always been curious about. That day when Ruoshui showed her monster body, although she was in the shape of a sky fox, he felt that the situation wasn't right. My mother is a shadow fox, I'm mixed blood. Ruoshui first looked worriedly at Zhong Shou. Seeing that Zhong Shou's face didn't change, she heaved a sigh of relief. In the fox race, the most important thing was bloodline. However, for someone like Zhong Shou who was a human mixed blood with a noble bloodline, they could barely accept it. Who knows, in the future, it might bring some benefits to the bloodline of the race. However, the shadow fox was a mixed fox. No wonder your concealment skills are so impressive. Zhong Shou kept the last needle and let Ruoshui eat a pill before saying expressionlessly, "On the battlefield, blood surges into the heavens. When the spirit masters cast spells, they would set up spell altars far away from the battlefield. No matter what method you use, within 6 hours, try to make them cast as few spells as possible." At this moment, Ruoshui could go all out for 8 hours. She was a little stronger than him, but there was a limit. Ruoshui didn't speak, directly jumping out of the window. Her body was like a celestial as she flew into the forest, disappearing within. These 4,000 cavalry were indeed the elites of Xian Mountain City. They didn't rush nor slow as they carefully stored up their strength and horsepower. 30 miles of distance, they spent a full 2 hours to rush over. At this moment it was close to noon, the blazing sun in the sky. The opposite barracks all opened up. Squads of armored soldiers marched out in formation. They stepped out of the camp in an orderly manner. With 5,000 people in a square formation, a full 60 square formations were lined up 10 miles out. There were also 100,000 cavalry. They split into 2 sides, galloping like thunder. The clanging sound of armor plates clashing against each other could be heard endlessly. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were like one body, their aura like that of a mountain. Looking out, one could only see a black mass of heads. Zhong Shou instantly heard the sounds of people sucking in breaths nearby. The elites of Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountain were really well trained. When they entered the canyon, numerous thunder-like horse hooves spread out from behind, making one's heart sink. As long as one wasn't brainless, one would know that their way out had been blocked. Chu Shui was also in despair. However, she looked firmly at Zhong Shou. Young master, although you are dumb, Shui doesn't blame you. Later, Shui will definitely die before you. Zhong Shou instantly broke out into a laugh, viciously knocking Shui's head. The Xian Mountain City cavalry troops under him were all experienced in hundreds of battles. Although they knew that they had no chance of survival, they didn't panic. Under Tan Tao's orders, 500 Iron Tiger halberd warriors along with 1,000 cavalry who were on horseback. They lined up the carriages head to tail in an orderly manner, forming a firm formation. The other 3,000 people, including the 1,000 mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry, formed up outside of the carriage formation. Their faces were dark and sunken, facing death calmly. Zhong Shou's cloud-crossing carriage was at the innermost area. A total of 49 carriages were placed side by side, and there were runes carved on them without any pattern. However, when they were pieced together, it was actually a spell altar. Shi Dan was in the middle, Li Luo and Zhong Shou were protecting at the side. 8 talisman returned to Sun Realm Spirit Masters had limited soul power. There were only 4,500 people here, and after casting a few spells, their soul power was used up. They needed to sit down and meditate to recover. They were all basic spells: wind speed, swift shadow, armor breaking, etc. However, it made the thousands of people here feel pumped up, their morale rising slightly. Even if they had a little more strength now, it would be really valuable. Li Luo stood on the roof of the carriage, his hands behind his back as he looked out proudly. His eyes swept to the side, Zhong Shou who was playing with a black mirror. He recognized that the black mirror was a demon path artifact that could control people from 100 miles away. His brows furrowed, thinking to himself that where did this Gantian mountain prince get the confidence to use these 3,000 cavalry to go up against 400,000 troops? At this moment, not only was Li Luo curious, tens of miles away, on a temporary high platform made of thick logs, Feng Yu and Xiong Kue looked over curiously. Is this Zhong Shou dumb or dumb? Did he really just barge in? Even if he is dumb, he wouldn't send himself to death like that. Xiong Kue suddenly stood up and walked to the side of the wooden platform. This kid bought low and sold high that day, changing hands for tens of times the profit. During these few days, I have been reflecting and have overestimated him. But what exactly is this fellow up to today? Feng Yu frowned. He was totally confused about today's matter. To say that this kid was dumb, that day he definitely wouldn't be able to predict that beast crystals and mind stones were about to fall. To say that this kid was smart, but he did such a thing that was like sending himself to death. Moreover, if this Zhong Shou had an expert guiding him, how would he not know that he couldn't come to this rawhide straits? Just as he was in deep thought, he saw that the mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry had started to slowly move forwards. From the right, they started to circle to the left wing. Feng Yu's brows furrowed. After laughing coldly, he stood up. I don't know why this Zhong Shou ran over here. However, since the rat is already in the trap, I won't let them run away. Send my orders to Yangxian, the left wing attack. Be efficient and wipe out these people who don't know life from death. A spirit master beside him immediately acknowledged the order. A talisman bird instantly rose into the air and flew towards the left side of the formation. In just a moment, the close to 50,000 iron cavalry on the left wing pulled on the reins and slowly moved forward. Chapter 209. When the army started to gallop, there was an orderly rumbling of horse hooves. Although the horse hooves were stepping in the air, waves of wind struck the ground. It caused the hundreds of miles of flat land to rumble. Even 10 miles away, Zhong Shou could feel the ground shaking. Charging at the front were the 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry. They were all covered in heavy armor, riding white pattern-toothed tigers. They were like a sharp arrowhead, leading the tens of thousands of iron cavalry forwards. Behind them were 10,000 heavy cavalry, men and horses all covered in black rune iron armor. Looking from afar, it was like an iron forest surging over. In Zhong Shou's eyes, he saw much more. It could be seen that these tens of thousands of cavalrymen were gradually condensing a tyrannical aura. Their will, morale, combat strength, and numbers were all condensing into an aura similar to the aura of martial arts. This caused these 50,000 cavalrymen to become even more tyrannical and unstoppable, as if they could trample on everything. In this formation, even a martial master's strength would greatly increase, close to mythic master's strength. The entire army was led by a single person at the front of the army, who was constantly controlling and adjusting the formation, causing the tens of thousands of people to be twisted into a single unit. It also led the overall aura of the 50,000 cavalry to climb step by step to the peak. Looking at his side, Zhong Shou was speechless. 3,000 iron cavalry could be said to be majestic. However, in front of the black mass of the army, it was so small and pitiful. Their morale was also low. Fortunately, everyone was prepared to die at this moment. They were willing to sacrifice themselves and die together with the enemy. It was not impossible for them to fight. Zhong Yuan was still at the front, while Tan Tao and Hu Zhongyuan were protecting him from the left and right. At this moment, they urged the mounts under their feet to increase their speed. "That's Yang Xian, legend has it that he's a 6th meridian Xuanwu. Based on what I know, he should have broken through to the 7th meridian, and is said to be the 7th expert of Yunxia Mountain. The commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry is best at commanding cavalry. His only loss was 7 years ago to Hu Qianqiu, but he was able to escape unscathed. After which, he clashed with Hu Qianqiu 8 more times, and in the end, he was able to barely remain undefeated. He was famous in the west of Donglin Cloud Continent and was seen as a famous general. The 10-5 Meridian martial ancestors under him are all top-picked," Li Luo explained as he watched. His gaze intentionally swept over Zhong Shou. 2 years ago, this person had 30,000 cavalry. Sweeping through the 270,000 Alliance army in Tianfang province, causing the 17 cities to only be able to defend and not leave. The so-called Tianfang province was located in the southwest corner of Donglin Cloud Continent and was one of the areas under the jurisdiction of the West Ocean Taoyuan city. However, Zhong Shou didn't seem to hear him. He only responded with a soft He quietly fiddled with the black round mirror in front of him. Light gradually appeared in the mirror, and one could faintly see the swarming iron cavalry on the opposite side. When Zhong Yuan's field of vision appeared in the mirror, he was shocked. Zhong Shou suddenly made another hand seal. A faintly discernible black wooden bird suddenly soared into the sky. It didn't stop until it was 10,000 feet high and far away from the blood and vengeful energy. It started to glide in the sky, and its body totally disappeared. This was a spiritual artifact that he bought in Jiefu City. It was grade 4, but it wasn't of much use. It could only travel 1,000 miles and scout the surroundings. The grade 4 spiritual formation within the wooden bird was mostly used to hide and cover aura. This thing is not bad for spying in the future. Anyone below Ascended Grandmaster won't be able to notice it if they don't pay attention. Zhong Shou couldn't help but imagine that erotic scene. Until the scenes of the wooden bird looking down from the sky were transmitted into his soul. Only then did his face turn solemn, revealing a serious expression. Next, it was time for him to get serious. In the last life, to perfect his sword techniques on the battlefield, he made up for his weaknesses. In the virtual world of the God Emperor game, he had joined a guild to help a friend. He had also gone through 500 to 600 battles. That era had a huge population along with NPCs. Any two small cities could move hundreds of thousands of troops. At the start, he was a newbie who was defeated in one strike. Towards the end, he could barely hold his own. Who knows how many times he lost before the bitterness was over. From losing more than winning, it slowly turned into winning more than losing. Even in the worst environment, he could escape unscathed. However, there was still a huge gap between them and the army gods who dominated a region in the game. However, 10,000 years ago, even when the spiritual wave had just appeared, the military strategies that were developed, compared to the modern era, where the highly simulated virtual environment was extremely developed, the difference was simply too great. In that era, the people in the cloud world basically didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Players who were bored would pretty much kill each other all day in that virtual world with 10 times the time difference. Anyways, even if they died, they could respawn. As a result, many unimaginable military tactics emerged one after another. Especially local tactics, the Battle of the Vanguard, the use of spells on the battlefield were all developed to the extreme. With the little ability that he trained up, he could probably do whatever he wanted in Donglin Cloud Continent. This was also why he dared to use 3,000 cavalry to go head-on against the 400,000 Yunxia and Blazing Flame Alliance army. Virtual and reality were naturally different. However, with such an elite cavalry army in his hands, it wasn't impossible to overcome. Compared to those players who were always in a mess, these Xian Mountain City cavalry were much stronger. When they were close to 10,000 feet, the iron cavalry of both sides started to gallop. Looking down from above, one could see one big and one small, two totally disproportionate sharp arrows clashing head-on. They were all well trained, controlling the speed of the horses and stepping on a specific rhythm. When the horse hooves landed, it was like a clang. Zhong Yuan was also someone who had gone through hundreds of battles. He had led 10,000 men to charge in Gantian Mountain. At this moment, the muscles in his body were all relaxed. Holding the grade 5 purple lightning spear, his eyes coldly looking forwards. He had no fighting intent nor killing intent, just a nonchalance that didn't concern him. The battle today had nothing to do with him. He was only forced by someone to charge at the tip of the army. However, that crown prince still treated him well. Although Zhong Yuan knew that he was going to die, he wasn't willing to owe that person anything. Going all out through the dragon-horned winged horse under his feet, he controlled the rhythm and speed of the army. When they were close to 1,000 feet, he could clearly see the fine patterns on the cold iron armor. Zhong Yuan suddenly felt an intent that wasn't strong but couldn't be resisted suddenly pass through the air and control his limbs. Then, he jumped off the horse and raised the purple lightning spear in his hand. The dragon-horned winged horse's galloping speed suddenly increased by several times. It brought the 3,000 men behind him to increase their speed. That slow and heavy rumbling suddenly sounded out in a dense manner. The 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry opposite also increased their speed at the same time. Like a sharp awl, they smashed over. Close to 100 feet, Zhong Yuan could even see the cold gazes of the two cavalrymen in front of him through their helmets. They were originally 5 Meridian martial ancestors. At this moment, using the strength of the army, their aura rose close to the peak. Their gazes towards him were like looking at a corpse. Zhong Yuan scoffed. These two people were dead for sure. That prince's martial path was one with the spirit, so dealing with these two wasn't a problem. The 3 horses charged, and in the blink of an eye, they were 30 feet apart. Zhong Yuan suddenly felt a lightning glow explode around his body. The unknown yellow pearl at the tip of the spear injected a strong essence energy into his body, causing the energy in his chakra meridians to be filled to the max. His hands couldn't help but shake. Instantly, hundreds of spear images appeared at the tip of the purple lightning spear. Numerous blue lightning bolts also gathered at one spot. It actually formed an extremely sharp lightning blade that cut forwards at an even faster speed. The two 5-meridian martial ancestors, who were originally prepared to rip apart Zhong Yuan's body, were startled. They were only able to wave their knives, and in the next moment, the spear image was right in front of their eyes. They were directly smashed into pieces by the purple spear tip. The lightning glow exploded out, bringing with it a sharp energy. It caused the flesh and blood to explode and scatter everywhere. It caused the white patterned toothed tigers behind him to be shocked, instinctively dodging to the side. They gave out intense tiger roars, and their orderly formation was also slightly messed up. Zhong Yuan's spear didn't stop there. The dragon-horned winged horse under him charged 40 feet with one step, directly charging into the group of tiger-leopard cavalry. A hoarse neigh that was similar to a dragon's roar caused those white patterned toothed tigers to panic. The spear image swept and directly struck the 5-meridian martial ancestor cavalry, who were still in shock. One spear ending them all in the most gory way. Each spear attack would cause flesh and blood to scatter everywhere. In just a breath, tens of lives were taken. This spear technique seemed to be his purple lightning spear? How could it be so amazing? Zhong Yuan was at a loss. This pretty much godlike spear technique caused his emotions to surge and his blood to boil. However, a moment later, it slowly turned cold. So what if his spear technique was good? He could kill 1,000, 2,000, or even 10,000 people. However, he couldn't use the strength of one person to fight against 400,000 troops. Just as he was shaking his head, Zhong Yuan suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The dragon-horned winged horse under his feet wasn't galloping straight ahead. Instead, it was adjusting its angle and changing its direction. The direction it charged towards wasn't where the enemy cavalry was weak. It was often at the front where their strength was the strongest and the aura was the strongest. It was always smashed with one spear, like a hot knife through butter. It caused the 3,000 cavalry behind him to have their pressure reduced to the minimum. At this moment, there were close to no casualties. This bloody massacre and dismembering of the corpses shocked their hearts. Although the tiger-leopard cavalry in front of him had seen killing and blood, they had seen a lot of it. However, when he charged forwards, no one could stop him. These people couldn't help but feel their hearts shake. In Zhong Yuan's mind, a line of words subconsciously appeared. Forcing the enemy to attack was the sharpness of the blade. Before he could think about it, a person appeared in front of Zhong Shou. The white patterned toothed tiger under him was close to twice as strong as the others, its body majestic. It also held a horse-slaying machete in its hand, slashing over with a heavy aura. The aura of tens of thousands of iron cavalry was gathered on its body. The machete light charged forward. However, before it reached the tip of the blade, a 10,000-foot ditch appeared on the ground below. Vast amounts of energy, tens of millions of kilograms of strength pressed down. It's Yang Xian. Zhong Yuan was astonished. He was extremely clear about how strong this person was. His hands involuntarily waved the spear image, similarly covering over. When the spear image and the machete light clashed, blood instantly spurted out. A head covered by an iron helmet was tossed into the air. The surrounding people instinctively looked up. That head belonged to Yang Xian. In an instant, the 3,000 cavalry behind Zhong Yuan all heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 210. Within the area of 10,000 feet, regardless of friend or foe, almost everyone who could see the head that was tossed high into the air was deathly silent at this moment. Then, there was a sudden burst of buzzing noise. The people of the tiger-leopard cavalry were so shocked that they lost their voices. They could only look on as Yang Xian's head was tossed up and then down, until Yang Xian's entire body was smashed into pieces by the true qi and lightning glow. They were also unable to believe that the 7-meridian Xuanwu commander, who would win every battle, pretty much never losing, had fallen under the spear of a red-armored male who wasn't even at 5 meridians of the earth chakra level, behind Zhong Yuan, who Zhong Yuan and Tan Tao were also looking at this scene. The latter was still okay, but Hu Zhong Yuan held his breath. He had personally seen Yang Xian and his father cross swords a few times. The tiger-leopard cavalry of Yunxiao Mountain City and the Iron Tiger halberd warriors of the Iron Tiger race would have a battle pretty much every year. However, apart from the first time, which was a total loss, the other few times, even if they failed to charge at the formation, they would be able to remain undefeated. However, today, this famous general who could be compared to his father, Hu Qianxiu, had fallen here. Zhong Yuan himself was at a loss. At that time, he thought that he was definitely going to die. Then, he thought about how his body was being controlled by Zhong Shou. Even if he didn't win, he wouldn't lose either. His entire body started to move. The sky full of lightning glow on the purple lightning spear all shrunk into a point. A portion of the lightning entered his body, stimulating all the muscles in his body, causing his strength and speed to explode out once more. All his true qi, all his strength instantly rose to the extreme. The huge essence energy stored within the yellow pearl at the tip of the spear totally exploded out. Lightning quick, just one spear, and Yang Xian, who gathered the strength of 50,000 cavalry, was finished off. Speaking of which, this spear was still his purple lightning spear technique. However, be it the profoundness of the spear technique or the choice of timing, it exceeded his by far too much. If he could grasp such a spear technique, what would happen? His emotions were like a wave in his chest. After which, his body involuntarily urged the dragon-horned winged horse to continue galloping. With a flick of the spear, the giant white-striped toothed tiger was flung hundreds of feet away. Then, he took a deep breath until his chest was about to explode. Only then did he muster all the strength in his body and roar, "Yang Xian is dead! Today there are enemies, but I am invincible! Kill!" The 3,000 Xian mountain cavalry behind were all startled. Then, their blood boiled and their fighting spirit surged. Then, he roared, "I'm invincible! Kill!" When this howl resounded over 10 miles, these 3,000 people finally completely merged into one. Everyone's force was excited and connected with each other. Outside of the 3,000 knights, there was a layer of blood-red aura that was invisible to the naked eye. Zhong Yuan's blood qi couldn't help but be ignited again. He inexplicably recalled the words that Zhong Shou had said earlier. "I'm not asking you, Zhong Yuan, to throw your life away. Among all these people, the only one I can control is you. You should know how to work together with me, however. Whether or not you can live depends on yourself. If you have no fighting spirit and no desire to live, then you will still lose this battle. This is your chance, be it to break free from my control or to take revenge." If he didn't work hard, how would he know what the outcome would be? That's right, if he didn't go all out, how would he know whether or not the outcome would change? How would he know that in the future, he wouldn't have a chance to break free from that prince's control? If he had the spear technique of that prince, the martial path connected to the spirit, wouldn't taking revenge be as easy as flipping his hand? And at this moment, wasn't it the best chance to comprehend that prince's martial path? He could clearly sense how the true qi in his body was moving, how the muscles and joints in his body should be coordinated. And also the spear in his hand, each spear move, each change, the angle of the stab all had deep meaning. If he could comprehend it, it would be enough to benefit him for the rest of his life. With the knot in his heart removed, Zhong Yuan didn't suppress his raging emotions anymore. His fighting spirit surged, his blood boiling. His entire body felt like it was about to explode, unceasingly surging with energy and potential. The true qi in his body gathered along with his thoughts, instantly increasing by several times. Not only did he go all out to observe and comprehend Zhong Shou's spear technique, but he also split a portion of his attention to pay attention to the prince's charging and commanding techniques. Killing Yang Xian caused the aura of the 50,000 Yunxia mountain iron cavalry to dissipate. Zhong Shou's style changed once more. Before this, he was pushing the sharpness of the spear. However, at this moment, he was choosing those elites who could still maintain the formation and fighting spirit to charge forward. That rampaging, close to crazy aura seemed like it was going to smash the 50,000 elite cavalry of Yunxia Mountain into pieces. Zhong Shou's spear technique was originally strong to the extreme. At this moment, with his full cooperation, he was invincible and no one could stop him. Coincidentally, in front of him, 6 martial ancestors above 4 meridians of the earth chakra level attacked together. A bright glow exploded out in Zhong Yuan's eyes. The spear in his hand actually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When it appeared once more, 6 purple lightning glows exploded out like plum blossoms. It caused a blood glow to appear at the throats of these 6 people as they directly fell off their horses. Looking out, those 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry were close to dispersing into thin air. Those 10,000 black armor cavalry were also smashed into pieces. Zhong Yuan only felt his heart skip a beat, a certain emotion filling his chest. Then, he felt joy and anticipation mixed together. With that prince here, maybe today they could really take on an enemy 100 times their number. The moment such a thought rose up, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Zhong Yuan took in a deep breath once more. This time he didn't need Zhong Shou to control him as he crazily hollered, "A bunch of useless chickens and dogs. My Xian Mountain Iron Cavalry will trample 1,000 troops today." The 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry at the back all had respectful gazes as they looked at the vanguard of the army. They didn't know that their temporary commander was being controlled by Zhong Shou. They only knew that after the 2 armies clashed, this purple lightning spear of Gantian Mountain had consecutively challenged 12 martial ancestor experts. He also killed the Tiger Leopard Cavalry Commander, one of the most famous generals in the west of Donglin Cloud Continent, Xuanwu expert Yang Xian with 1 spear. To follow such a person to sweep through 10,000 troops, to charge and kill generals, even if they died they wouldn't regret it. This time everyone didn't hesitate, hollering out, "My Xian Mountain Iron Cavalry will trample 1,000 troops today." Feng Yu stood on the high platform, calm and unruffled as he looked at the intense battle between the 2 cavalry armies. Before this, he had taken a close look. Although the 3,000 Xian Mountain Cavalry were elites, they were 1 in 100. As long as Xian Yuan Tong and Zhu Junho weren't here, anyone in Xian Mountain City wouldn't be the opponent of Yang Xian. At most, they would be on the same level as him. To Yang Xian, controlling 16 times the number of elite cavalry and exterminating these 3,000 people was an extremely easy task. He just needed to wait for a while, maybe in less than 10 minutes there would be an outcome. Xiong Kuei's side seemed to think so too. He had a slight smile on his face, but his eyes were like that of a vulture as he focused on the carriage formation several miles away. As long as he dealt with that small cavalry army, that Gantian Mountain Prince would be in the bag. Before this, not only was he conned by Zhong Shou in Jefu City, but he also humiliated him. If he could capture that person, he wouldn't let him have a good time. And also Zhong Yuan, in the room of that perverted Feng Yu, in the future there would be 2 more drowning machines. Just as he was thinking about that, Xiong Kuei suddenly felt weird. Looking towards the left side of the battlefield, what he didn't expect was that the 50,000 Yunxia Mountain Cavalry's orderly formation was showing signs of chaos. There was also an uproar spreading out from that side. Could it be that it ended so quickly? Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei exchanged glances with one another in shock, their eyes filled with shock. That Yang Xian was famous for being strict with his troop. Even if the enemy was defeated, he wouldn't allow his army formation to have weaknesses. What was going on? In the next instant, an even fiercer uproar finally spread to the people here, causing their hearts to palpitate. Yang Xian is dead. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry has fallen. The 9th unit of the Black Cloud Cavalry has also fallen. It is that Red Armor General. I heard that the unit general also died in battle. The 60 infantry square formations in front of the high platform were all in an uproar. The generals of the Yunxia and Blazing Flame armies were all experienced and went all out to suppress it. However, they were unable to calm down for a long time. On the stage, Feng Yu's face was ashen as he stared intently at the left side. He gritted his teeth, causing them to creak. His voice came out from the gaps of his teeth. What, Yang Xian is dead? The Tiger Leopard Cavalry has fallen? Commander Yang is a general of our Yunxia Mountain. Who here can do anything to him? The Tiger Leopard Cavalry is invincible. How could they fall? Nonsense, messing up the heart of our army, they deserve to die. Xiong Kuei frowned, he also thought so in his heart. However, the situation in front of him didn't give him any good thoughts. The cavalry formation of the Yunxia army was becoming more and more chaotic. In the next instance, he saw a talisman crane fly over from that direction. A spirit master at the side took it in his hand. After taking a look, his face turned green and white. He forcefully went up against Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei's gaze, which looked like it was about to swallow him up. It is news from the 5th unit of the Black Cloud Cavalry. Yang Xian is dead, killed by a Red Armor Cavalry with 1 spear. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry is in disarray. 8 out of the 10 captains have died. Out of the 10,000 units of the Black Wind Cavalry, 6 have fallen. Feng Yu could only feel that his chest was stuffy, spitting out a mouthful of blood and nearly fainting. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry was 4,000 strong. Not only was it the most elite cavalry of Yunxia Mountain, but it was also the core fighting strength of their Wind Leopard race that shocked many of the monster races. As for the Black Cloud Cavalry, they were only weaker than the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, a talisman armor heavy cavalry that they spent 10,000 to build. In today's battle, half of them fell here. However, all of this added up couldn't be compared to the death of Yang Xian and the 8 Tiger Leopard Cavalry captains. It was a huge blow to him and Yunxia Mountain. Who was that red-armored knight? Chapter 211. That dizziness lasted for tens of breaths before slowly calming down. In the next moment, Feng Yu's true qi started to go berserk, pressing down on the platform that was made up of thick logs, causing it to crack. But Feng Yu completely ignored it, staring fixedly in front of him. Since the army is in chaos, then why are we still fighting? Squeeze into a ball and wait to be slaughtered one by one? Pass down the order. Tell those who are able to escape to disperse. Back out 3 miles and regroup. As for the Black Cloud Cavalry and Tiger Leopard Cavalry, it is best if they can escape, but it doesn't matter if they can't. A weird glow flashed in Xiong Kuei's eyes as he looked at Feng Yu with respect. To be able to regain his rationality so quickly. Losing a general didn't cause him to be angry. He even cut off his wrist. How amazing! As expected from the current generation of Yunxia Mountain. To be able to be compared to him, he was really amazing and couldn't be underestimated. Feng Yu's eyes exploded out with a sharp glow, killing intent as he looked at the place where the killing shouts charged into the clouds. I only want to know who that person is? I am also curious. Based on what I know, only Xian Yuan Tong and Zhu Junho can use 3,000 to break 50,000. Xiong Kuei's brows were tightly furrowed, however. The few provinces under Xian Mountain City are unstable recently. Especially the north where Linlon City has been revived. They have 150 cloud ships and a huge army of 600,000. Xianyuan Tong is said to be in secluded meditation, so how can Zhu Junho leave now? Just as they were speaking, the black mass of cavalry in the distance had already been ordered to disperse, scattering in all directions. The field of vision of the two of them widened, only to see that several miles of land was covered in corpses, blood flowing like a river. More than 10,000 people had already laid on the wasteland forever. The armor on their bodies were either black or white. They were all carefully crafted talisman armor and talisman soldiers. It made Feng Yu's chest feel like numerous needles were stabbing into it. Tens of thousands of feet away, a red-armored person riding a dragon-horned winged horse, holding a purple lightning spear, finally appeared in front of the two of them. Although he was covered in heavy armor, they couldn't see his face clearly. The two of them immediately recognized that the person inside the armor was the person they were extremely familiar with. It's Zhong Yuan. Feng Yu's fists suddenly clenched, the energy around his body exploding out even more. How could it be him? Could it be that the person in front saw wrongly? Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Last time in Jiefu City, although this Zhong Yuan had broken through to martial ancestor. However, he had yet to fuse with the spirit vein. How could he be so strong? Killing an 8 meridians black tortoise? He seemed to be relying on the power of his external elixir. His purple thunder spear also seemed to be a rank 5 spirit weapon. The armor on his body was also extraordinary. Even then, he definitely can't go up against a Xuanwu ancestor. As if sensing the gazes of the two, the red-armored knight also looked over indifferently. It was cold and emotionless. He simply raised his gun and pointed it at the stage provocatively. Feng Yu's silver teeth were almost completely crushed at this moment. However, he suppressed his anger. Order Mu Ling and Xian Nu to change the formation. After the wings retract and tilt, change into a crescent shape. We need to strengthen the middle and thin the wings. Order the two of them not to easily engage that Zhong Yuan. Command the entire army. I want that Zhong Yuan to die without a burial place. Many orders were swiftly given out. On the left of the high platform, the 150,000 infantry, 30 square formations instantly started to change. The formations started to tilt to the left. They swiftly changed in an orderly manner. 30 square formations, 150,000 elite soldiers lined up with their backs against the high platform. The other infantry formed 15 square formations on each side, spreading out to the two wings. Those cavalry that regrouped didn't attack anymore. They just quietly stayed several miles away, eyeing aggressively. Xiong Kuei slightly nodded his head when he saw that. Cavalry armies relied on charging strength. Once their charge was stopped in front of this crescent formation that was like an iron bastion, then when the two wings closed in, those Yunxia Mountain Iron Cavalry would follow right behind them. The 3,000 cavalry of Xian Mountain City would be smashed to pieces. In the next instance, he felt a fierce wolf-like gaze stab into his face. Xiong Kuei turned his head only to see Feng Yu staring viciously at him with a vicious expression. He couldn't help but break out into a laugh. Before knowing the strength of that Zhong Yuan, he wasn't willing to stupidly throw in the capital of his blazing flame mountain. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, Yang Su's death and the fall of 12 martial ancestors was a fact. However, after all, they were allies and he couldn't reject him. Taking in a deep breath, Xiong Kuei made his decision and said expressionlessly, I will give you 50,000 infantry, that Mu Jiang will also move to the left wing. Are you satisfied? As for the 50,000 cavalry of my blazing flame mountain. Xiong Kuei paused, smiling as he looked into the distance. Why not capture the leader first? Feng Yu's eyes turned cold once more as he scoffed coldly. Then, He looked forward at the 200,000 elite infantry. He was confident that even if the enemy had 5 times the number of troops, they would be crushed in front of his army. As for that Mu Jiang, although he wasn't a famous general, he was a grade 7 Xuanwu expert and had some use. The Xian mountain cavalry in the distance weren't in a rush to charge. Instead, they stopped their horses temporarily, either treating their injuries or taking out some pills and soybeans to feed the war beasts under them. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Although they were invincible in the battle just now, hundreds of people had fallen. The remaining people also consumed a lot of energy. Since they had time to rest, they naturally had to rest. They were calm and unruffled, until their stamina and internal energy recovered. Once again, they urged the war horses to gallop forward. This time he used the fish scale formation to strike at the thickest part of the crescent moon formation, where the strength was also the strongest. The vanguard of the army was Zhong Yuan. At this moment, 10 miles away, on the roof of the carriage, Li Luo was squinting his eyes as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of Yunxia mountain troops. At the front of the formation was a group of soldiers who were fully dressed in black armor and holding 5-foot spears. Even from several miles away, looking out, it still suppressed one's heart. Long spears were densely packed like a forest, pointing forward diagonally. Tall square shields were inserted into the ground, like steel walls, flashing with cold light. Hundreds of thousands of people. The formation stretched for several miles, more and more shocking. Yunxia City is famous for their cavalry. Tiger leopard cavalry, fire wolf cavalry, Xian bird cavalry, they can all sweep an area. However, their infantry is not bad. These 4,000 black cloud dragon spear warriors might not be comparable to your iron tiger halberd warriors and blazing flame mountain maniac bear armored warriors, but they are ranked in the top 40 of the Cloud Continent. There is also Mu Ling and Xianyu, although they are grade 7 Xuanwu. I heard that their martial path talents exceed that of Yang Xian. As Li Luo spoke till here, he once again looked towards the front. Not far away, an enormous group of knights were currently charging towards this place like a swarm of bees, causing dust and smoke to fill the sky. Looking at it, in just tens of breaths, they could reach the front of the carriage formation. A full 50,000 cavalry, causing the earth to shake, causing the air to shake. The corner of Li Luo's lips curled up. The true trouble had arrived at this moment. Who knows how this prince was prepared to deal with it? In the next moment, Zhong Shou smiled. One hand gesture. Those iron tiger halberd warriors didn't stupidly line up behind the carriage formation. Instead, they all started to move, opening the black curtains of the carriages and drilling in. Then, they opened the outer carriages. What was revealed was a series of 3-armed giant crossbows that had already been strung. Pretty much at the same time, close to 150 crossbows with talismans carved on them shot out. In the blink of an eye, they were 5,000 steps away and instantly exploded. In that instance, in front of Li Luo's eyes, it was like a giant fire cloud had exploded. The rumbling actually made his eardrums feel really uncomfortable. Those Iron Tiger halberd warriors and Xian Mountain City warriors were unable to take it. Their eyes were filled with pain, blood seeping out from their ears. Some of the people with lower cultivations were directly flipped over by the strong wind that blew over. When the flames dissipated, another small-scale mushroom cloud rose into the air, rising to a height of over 300 meters. At this moment, everyone, including those Iron Tiger Great Halberd warriors who shot out the arrows on Zhong Shou's orders, looked forward in shock. This is Kongqi Sek's 3-armed spiritual crossbows. There are also wind flame exploding arrows. Right away, Li Luo recognized the origin of the giant crossbows and the arrows. He couldn't help but open his eyes. At this moment, the carriage formation was only shooting from one side. Along with the other side, weren't there close to 300 3-armed spiritual crossbows? Just the total price was close to 20 grade 7 beast crystals. As for the wind flame exploding arrows, they were grade 4 and shockingly expensive. Even if it was a one-time consumable item, it was 10% of the price of the 3-armed spiritual crossbows. 150 of them were 2 grade 7 beast crystals. After that, it was a full 20,000 grade 4 beast crystals. No, at this moment the price of beast crystals had plummeted. Even if one spent hundreds of grade 7 beast crystals, one might not be able to buy such an army weapon. This Zhong Shou was so rich to such an extent. No wonder he was so confident. He actually had such a trump card. The 3-armed spiritual crossbows and wind flame exploding arrows were originally designed by Kongqi sect to go against ascended ancestors. However, Zhong Shou used it here. How vicious! He had been too careless these few days. He had been quietly cultivating and didn't think that there were so many killing weapons hidden within the few hundred carriages. When the dust and smoke from the explosion dissipated once more, only to see that at the center of the explosion there was a 10,000 feet wide hole. There were corpses all around. A full 6,000 people had totally disappeared, blown into pieces of flesh and blood. The surrounding area was also filled with dead and injured people. Half of the people were either lightly or heavily injured, collapsing to the ground. Half of the grade 2 Windrider foals died from the shock. Since they were still alive, they couldn't run anymore. Zhong Shou felt that it was a pity. At this moment, he had no more men to use and was unable to fight back. If not, just a 3,000 cavalry would be able to slaughter half of these people. Chapter 212. At this moment, the entire battlefield was deathly silent. Li Luo could even see that on the high platform opposite, Xiong Kuei's eyes were wide open in rage. Looking over, he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. Li Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking that it was right to feel heartache. A full 6,000 elite cavalry were blown into pieces. There were more than double of that number who were heavily injured. Among them was a group of 2,000 elite wind chaser cavalry from Blazing Flame Mountain. No matter how shrewd a person was, they would probably lose their composure and die of heartache. 303 armed spiritual crossbows. The prince is really generous. I really admire you. He didn't praise Zhong Shou's methods and arrangements, but he only admired his 303 armed spiritual crossbows. He had decided that Zhong Shou was just being rich, using money to suppress people. 303 armed spiritual crossbows, a full 150 grade 4 wind flame explosive arrows, a full 10 grade 7 beast crystals invested. If it was any power in Donglin Cloud Continent, any army would suffer a huge loss. When Zhong Shou heard that, he didn't care and laughed. So what if he used money to suppress people? It was okay as long as he could win. He was too lazy to care so much. At this time, Sher Dan also opened her eyes and carefully looked at the deep pit. She then let out a sigh of relief. I wonder how many more fiery wind arrows the Crown Prince has? Her eyes were filled with hope. As long as the number exceeded 3,000, the victory of this battle would be assured. As long as there were 600, they could at least retreat safely. Zhong Shou was still controlling the black copper mirror in front of him. When he heard that, he mocked himself. How many of these grade 4 spiritual arrows are there in the world? Even with the strength of Kongqi sect, they were only able to craft 1,000 in these few years. I can only buy 2/5 of their treasury. Sher Dan's face couldn't help but turn bitter. 2/5 of 1,000 meant that there were only 400. Before this, they had already used close to half. They were most probably going to lose today's battle. Don't look at how majestic those 3,000 Xian Mountain City cavalry were. Almost all of the 2,000 tigers and leopards were slaughtered, and the 50,000 cavalrymen were scattered. However, these people would eventually be exhausted in the face of an enemy that was 100 times their number. There would always be a time when the horses would be tired. Previously, Yang Xian had been careless and underestimated his opponent. That was why he had personally sought out Zhong Shou, who was controlling Zhong Yuan from afar. The death of their commander shook the entire army. At this moment, the enemy generals were all on guard. Using 3,000 cavalry to charge at the orderly infantry was no different from courting death. Even the enemy in front of him was not easy to deal with. After suffering such a huge loss, there was no way he would let Zhong Shou succeed again. As expected, after a short while, those tens of thousands of blazing flame mountain cavalry that could still fight had already started to spur their horses once again. At this time, they were no longer gathered in one place. Instead, they were separated into hundreds of groups, surrounding the chariot formation, and from time to time, they would try to charge in. At this moment, even Li Luo was slightly shaking his head, not optimistic. The soldiers were elite, and the generals were wise and far-sighted. Such an enemy was the hardest to fight, and there were no weaknesses to be found. He really couldn't think of any chance that Zhong Shou had of winning. When Zhong Shou saw the situation, he squinted his eyes and laughed. "You are so worried? A weak and powerless giant sometimes might not be able to beat a strong and powerful lion. Why don't we make a bet? I think that today's battle might shock the Cloud Continent and become a legend. 3,000 cavalry trampling over 1,000 troops. I really didn't expect that my servant would have such pride." When he said those words, the 35,000 cavalry of Blazing Flame Mountain all drew their bows. As they galloped, they knocked their arrows 10,000 feet out and swiftly shot. Only to hear a loud hong, numerous bowstring noises gathered into one. Following which, the sky was filled with the sharp whistling of arrows. A full 35,000 arrows shot over like a black cloud. It caused the 500 Iron Tiger halberd warriors and the 1,000 Xian Mountain City soldiers to hide in the carriage. Following which, there was a series of dong-dong sounds. The outer shell of the carriage was made of steel, and arrows couldn't pierce through. Li Luo's 2 blades spread out, jumping into midair. His blade aura spun and swept away all the arrows and wind energy that shot into the area. Dan sighed and shook her head. Zhong Shou was well prepared, but what he said just now wasn't convincing at all. Luckily, the Blazing Flame Mountain cavalry outside didn't dare to charge at the carriage formation. They tried a few times, but they all returned empty-handed. There weren't many wind flame explosive arrows, but Zhong Shou bought many grade 1 and 2 spiritual arrows. The 3-armed spiritual crossbow itself was a strong killing weapon. Tens of giant crossbows firing could defend against 1,000 people. Dan was slightly at ease and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Along with Li Luo, she once again looked at the intense battle 10 miles away. However, the scene that entered everyone's eyes caused them to be slightly shocked. Only to see that there were large amounts of arrows covering the clouds and the sun. In front of the 100,000 troops, there were many arrow shafts stuck in. However, the 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry behind Zhong Yuan didn't suffer any losses. They only charged back and forth in front of the army. Pretty much each time, they would be able to draw out an arrow rain. They could predict where the arrows would land, swiftly avoiding and weaving in and out of the arrow rain. Those 3,000 Xian mountain cavalry seemed to have totally adapted to Zhong Yuan's rhythm, along with him being fast and full, suddenly charging and suddenly changing directions. As for the Yunxia mountain archers hidden behind the tens of square formations, they also showed signs of exhaustion. Normal martial cultivators, at most 10 arrows from a 5,000-kilogram bow would use up all their energy. The moment they exceeded 20 arrows, their arm muscles would definitely break. Mythic masters could draw 10,000-kilogram bows. Their stamina was slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. In just 15 minutes, the arrows had become sparse. Li Luo and Dan couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. They knew that the Yunxia mountain archers didn't use up all their strength, but were saving it. However, to force them to such an extent, how did this Zhong Shou do it? Exchanging glances with one another, the two of them looked over once more. This time, they didn't dare to be distracted. They knew that the most dangerous and crucial moment had just arrived. At this moment, within a square formation on the right of the crescent moon formation, Mu Ling's head was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were wide open as he looked forward once more. Those mysterious armor cavalry who were calm and unruffled, actually stopping 20,000 feet away and saving up their horsepower once more. He couldn't help but be nervous, but he also couldn't be fully focused. He was ranked 9th in Xian Mountain City, just below Yang Xian. He didn't like the Tiger Leopard cavalry commander who was so arrogant every day. When he heard the news of this person's death, he gloated in his misfortune. Underestimating the enemy and being careless resulted in such an outcome. To think that this person called himself a famous general, but he died in the hands of a Xuanwu ancestor Jr. However, until 15 minutes ago, just as he thought that he had paid enough attention, did he realize that he had underestimated the enemy. The direction that this Zhong Yuan chose each time was coincidentally the weakest point of the crescent moon formation, the easiest to break through. That surging over, sharp and unstoppable aura seemed like it could pierce through their crescent moon formation in one strike. He knew that their formation was thick, and he also knew that the enemy only had so few men. However, at this moment, he had a feeling, like his hundreds of thousands of troops could only stay on the ground, shrinking their heads and forming up into a formation to defend themselves, big but useless. The enemy's 3,000 iron cavalry were like eagles in the sky, waiting for a good chance. Occasionally, they would glide down and scare them, stimulating their nerve. They were extremely nimble and shockingly sharp. He was originally a calm and steady person, but he couldn't help but order the archers in the army to shoot tens of arrows to break the enemy's charge. On the side of the other comrade, Xian knew, the situation was similar. At this moment, the archers hiding behind the array were no longer able to provide him with any assistance. Just as her nerves were tensed up, in the next moment, her pupils constricted. The leader of the red-armored knights moved once again. At this moment, Zhong Yuan's heart was so calm that it was like an ancient well with no ripples. From the confusion he had when he first charged and turned back, he went all out to analyze and think. At this moment, he could pretty much understand each direction Zhong Shou changed and his intentions each time he turned back. Even the direction and angle that Zhong Shou chose to charge at was the same as what he predicted. Between them, it was like their hearts were connected, and they were extremely compatible. In fact, he had vaguely had these feelings and thoughts when he was on the battlefield before. He could sense the weakness of the enemy and predict the changes in the enemy formation. However, it had never been as clear as today, like that layer had been directly broken by Zhong Shou. At this moment, he understood in his heart. He knew that the true charge, the true intense battle, was just about to begin. Riding the dragon-horned winged horse under him, he slowly advanced forwards. When he was 1,000 feet away from the enemy, he still didn't see any arrows shooting over. A bright light flashed in Zhong Yuan's eyes, and he suddenly increased his speed. Only to see that in front of him was a spear forest. Closely packed 5-foot spears formed into rows of spear walls. Numerous cold blade glows shone brightly. Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate, charging forwards. When he was 100 feet away, Zhong Yuan raised his spear up high. Purple lightning spear, earth-moving berserk lightning. The yellow pearl on the spear edge was another ball of essence energy that flowed into his body. Then, a vast ball of lightning suddenly rushed into the ground. In an instant, it swam dozens of feet away before suddenly exploding and exploding. The tens of spear-wielding soldiers above were instantly lifted up high. The entire orderly spear forest was in chaos, and a small gap appeared. Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate as he charged in. He knew that at this position, the spear forest formation wasn't as tight as it looked on the outside. He also knew how to swiftly break through this square formation. At this moment, following closely behind him were Tan Tao and Hu Zhongyuan, as well as the mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry, 10 martial ancestor experts. Pretty much at the same time. Once again widening the gap in the spear formation. 3,000 iron cavalry were like an iron current as they all stepped into the formation. The extremely strong impact instantly caused numerous people to fly away. 16,000 iron hooves, in just 10 breaths, crushed this 5,000-man square formation. Chapter 213. When Zhong Yuan came out from behind the square formation, the entire battlefield was deathly silent. Only the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from that direction, as well as the neighing of horses, miserable cries, and furious howls could be heard. The 3,000 iron cavalry charged in from the front. However, they didn't break through in a straight line. Instead, just as they entered the square formation, they struck from the side at a 45-degree angle. It was like a sharp blade stabbing into the stomach of a person and then bending towards the weak spot at the side. The entire cavalry force drew a beautiful arc to the left. It struck the vital point, precisely 3 inches away, tightly grasping the gap in the entire square formation that flashed for a moment. It was as easy as cutting through butter. The square formation was completely penetrated and completely destroyed. It was so quick that the people nearby couldn't react at all. When Zhong Yuan led the mysterious armor cavalry behind him out of the square formation, there were no injuries on his body at all. The 3,000 people behind him were still in perfect condition. Only a little more than 30 people died standing inside. The entire process was so easy that even the 3,000 mysterious mountain cavalry themselves couldn't believe it. If it was in the past, in front of these 5,000 elite infantry square formations, even a complete mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry would suffer heavy losses. However, at this moment, just 3,000 people, 3,000 elite cavalry were able to do it. After the shock, the hot blood of these 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry that had slowly calmed down started to surge in their blood vessels once more, like flames were burning. They felt that they couldn't suppress it as they all gave out a beast-like roar. Kong! Their voices were low, filled with a maniacal fighting spirit. A killing intent surged. The aura was really overbearing as it charged into the clouds. Even the horses they were riding were stimulated. They neighed excitedly, and their eyes gradually turned red. When they galloped, they were even more powerful, more nimble, and more swift. Only Zhong Yuan's eyes were still emotionless, extremely focused. In the 26 years since he was born, he had never been this serious. He was fully focused on experiencing the spear technique that his hands were displaying. In this army, under the suppression of numerous strong enemies, his thoughts were also unprecedentedly clear. He only felt that numerous problems in his martial path were instantly solved. Many of the problems that he felt were unsolvable weren't a problem under the control of Zhong Shou. Each spear attack in his hand, each change in the energy in his body, they all contained mysteries, all of them giving out things that people didn't give out, things that people didn't understand. It was as if he had been enlightened, constantly rushing into his mind. Layers of martial path barriers in front of him were easily broken through by the infantry square formation in front of him. Like a hot knife through butter, it was easily solved. It was even weaker than paper. Unknowingly, he noticed that he could slowly follow Zhong Shou's actions. Sometimes the changes in the spear path that he thought of, the instinctive reaction that he wanted to make was actually the same as Zhong Shou's control. In the end, Zhong Yuan was totally immersed in it, totally forgetting about it. Did the sharp spear attacks in his hands, the various actions when he urged the horse into the formation, come from himself, or was it from Zhong Yuan who was 10 miles away? He totally forgot about everything, only the word battle in his mind. He crazily wanted to find more opponents so that he could comprehend Zhong Shou's spear path and comprehend Zhong Shou's formation charging technique. When the entire cavalry formation was revealed, it still hadn't dissipated. Just 200 feet of charging, it had already accelerated to the extreme. What appeared in front of Zhong Shou's eyes was another iron-armored square formation that was close by, solidified like a mountain. This time, he didn't use any secret spear technique. He just stabbed forwards with his spear. The intents of a full 3,000 people, all the martial path strength was connected into one. Half of it buffed Zhong Yuan's body. It caused the true qi in his body to rise to the extreme under the strong intent. It was like he had broken through the limits of Xuanwu ancestor. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered. At this moment, even if he didn't rely on the spiritual armor and external pill, he had the confidence to go up against those Xuanwu ancestors. The spear stabbed out, the energy spread 1,000 feet. Before he even arrived, there were hundreds of soldiers who were pierced through by the wind. He rode the dragon-horned winged horse and smashed into the formation. At this moment, in front of his eyes, an arc appeared in the square formation that was densely packed with soldiers. As long as he followed this path and charged, he would be able to break this formation. Actually, there were a few other choices, but none of them could be as fast and easy as this path. The commander of this square formation was a 6th Meridian Martial Grandmaster. At this moment, he also saw that the situation was not good. Almost immediately, he rushed to the front of the formation together with a few other martial grandmasters in an attempt to stop his forward momentum. Zhong Yuan didn't even take a look, the tip of his spear slashing in midair. Within the blade glow, there were a few spear flowers. Those dots of light were like a flash in the pan, instantly disappearing. Following which, blood spurted out, and a few lifeless corpses fell to the ground. Without any delay, the dragon-horned winged horse galloped across. The 3,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry charged into the formation like they were going to topple mountains and flip oceans. Like a flood sweeping, they drowned the 5,000 black-armored soldiers here. 12,000 high-speed galloping horse hooves stepped on the corpses on the ground, causing flesh and blood to scatter. When Zhong Yuan's horse once again passed through the dense formation, he took in a deep breath, his voice like thunder. Second formation, break. The 3,000 cavalry at the back all raised their arms and hollered, "Today we will trample over 1,000 troops." The entire cone-shaped cavalry formation made another half-arc turn. Like a heavy hammer, it smashed into the third square formation that was just 200 feet away. The strong impact instantly smashed those soldiers in front of the formation who weren't mentally prepared. Where the cavalry spear and war horse passed, they were all invincible. In just 200 breaths, Zhong Yuan was already out of the formation. The armor on his body and the purple lightning spear in his hand were all dyed red. The blood cloud armor seemed more and more cold and vicious, extremely bloody. Third formation, break. We can die with no regrets, kill. Another tiger roar, extremely orderly. Hu Zhongyuan followed behind Zhong Yuan, his blood boiling. All of a sudden, he only felt that it was okay if he died here today. The last strand of hope in his heart disappeared without a trace. He could only silently curse that prince for being crafty. Using Zhong Yuan's body to command from the back, he didn't need to take any risk. However, today's battle had caused the blood of the Iron Tiger race to burn. As an Iron Tiger man, he should gallop on the battlefield and fight against 10,000 troops. Today's non-stop killing was truly satisfying. Even if he died here, he would be willing. Without any time to think, the 3,000 cavalry followed closely behind the dragon-horned winged horses and smashed into the fourth square formation. It was a dense spear forest, orderly and thick. Looking from afar, it looked like a boulder. However, at this moment, when the cavalry charged in, they only felt that the resistance they faced was so weak that they didn't need to care about it. They just needed to follow Zhong Yuan's horse stance and charge forward. If Hu Zhongyuan was a little afraid before, he had some doubts. However, at this moment, he forgot about everything. In this battle, they would trample over 1,000 troops. This is Zhong Yuan? That Zhong Yuan who should have no hope of reaching the martial ancestor realm and would sooner or later have his head chopped off by me. What a joke! On the high platform, Feng Yu's face was ashen white. That Zhong Yuan who he had personally beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. How could he be so strong? Especially the 3,000 cavalry that he led. Charging straight into his 250,000 troops, he was pretty much invincible, making one's heart tremble. Even if he had beaten this person in the past, even if he had some confidence in the army under his command. At this moment, Feng Yu's heart was still filled with fear and worry. Consecutively breaking 3 formations, crushing 15,000 people, using less than 15 minutes. Xiong Kuei looked below expressionlessly. His expression was also extremely ugly. The 4th square formation was already on the verge of collapsing and was not far from collapsing. One could even say that from start to finish, it didn't stop the 3,000 cavalry for even a moment. There are still 2 more, probably in less than 500 breath. That person will be able to charge in front of us. Feng Yu's pupils instantly constricted. The Yunxia army formation was 5,000 men in a square formation. In the center of the crescent moon formation, there were a total of 6 formations. The distance between them was 100 feet to 150 feet. It left a certain amount of space to move the troop. It also wasn't to the extent that after the front troops collapsed, it would affect the back troops and cause them to be rash. It also didn't give the enemy cavalry any space to speed up and charge. This was a really high-level formation method. However, at this moment, Feng Yu was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, he would have squeezed all of them together. His self-proclaimed thick middle army couldn't block the charge of the 3,000 cavalry. Then this crescent moon formation and the 2 wings squeezing and killing was just a joke. His face alternated between green and purple for a moment before Feng Yu finally spat out, "Order Mu Ling and Xian Nu to attack. No matter what they use their lives to cover it up or if they attack themselves, they must block that Zhong Yuan. And those spirit masters, what are they doing? Why haven't they attacked yet?" These 3,000 Xian mountain iron cavalry were too sharp, which was why they were so unstoppable. Then as long as this sharpness was wiped out and the remaining people didn't need to care. Feng Yu turned his head and looked at Xiong Kuei. The latter understood and nodded his head. "At this time, you and I are in the same boat. You can move that Mujiang as you wish." Thinking about it, he felt uneasy. Xiong Kuei said in deep thought, "My 2,000 maniac bear-armored warriors will also be moved over." With that Zhong Yuan's unstoppable momentum, he was a little worried that the remaining 2 square formations wouldn't be able to block him. Even if those 3 Xuanwu ancestors worked together, he still wouldn't be at ease. With these 2,000 maniac bear-armored warriors protecting the high platform, at the crucial moment, they might be able to save their lives. Chapter 214. Sharp, iron cavalry stepping on the formation, stealing the energy of the 3 armies. Looking into the distance, Li Luo couldn't help but praise. In just a few minutes they broke 3 formations, the 4th one was about to be broken. Moreover, those 3,000 iron cavalry were still unstoppable. At this moment, the morale of the hundreds of thousands of Yunxia and Blazing Flame Alliance army was at an extremely low level. They weren't as stable as before. However, although his words were praising the black armor cavalry who were fighting hard. However, he was looking at Zhong Shou from the corner of his eyes. He knew that the reason why Zhong Yuan was able to be invincible and lead 3,000 iron cavalry to sweep through the enemy was because of this teen. Be it the spear technique that no one could block or the technique to break the enemy formation, they were all amazing. Dan's eyes shone with a weird glow, following which her brows furrowed as she looked into the sky. It's here. Only to see that in the sky above the valley, who knows when, dark clouds gathered. Balls of lightning gathered from heaven and earth. Looking at it, the winding lightning snake was as thick as a water bucket, like it was about to strike down at any moment. Dan's brows furrowed. She had already recovered a portion of her soul power and made some preparations. However, she was helpless against such a large-scale spell. Even if she tried her best, she could only reduce a portion of the strength of the lightning and was unable to scatter it. When this lightning snake landed, no matter which direction it struck, it was enough to decide the direction of the entire battle. If it was 10 miles away, it was enough to take Zhong Yuan's life. If it was here, it was enough to forcefully break the carriage formation. Just as she decided to go all out to activate the spell, she had a clear conscience. On the side of Zhong Shou, he sighed heavily like his heart was pained. Dan thought that he was sighing because the battle situation was already irreversible. However, in the next instance, Zhong Shou took out 3 pale gold talismans, reluctantly passing them over. Taking a look, Dan's and Li Luo's expressions changed. This is the energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman? At this moment, Dan really wanted to punch Zhong Shou in the head. With this Yuanmie upheaval talisman that was passed down from the ancient cloud desolate era, each talisman was worth 5 grade 7 beast crystals, and the method of making it had been lost. Why would he care about a mere grade 6 lightning technique? This crown prince was really a worrisome person. He had such a trump card, but he didn't take it out earlier, causing her to worry for nothing. Without any hesitation, Dan took it and guided it with her spiritual energy, activating a spirit art. The entire talisman immediately dissolved. It transformed into a 4-foot-long blue arrow, piercing through the clouds. When it was about 10,000 feet away, it suddenly exploded and shattered into countless blue light spots, covering the entire area within dozens of miles. In the next instant, the crazily dancing lightning snakes in the clouds above suddenly scattered in all directions. Even the dark clouds that had gathered gradually dissipated. Li Luo raised his head and looked at Zhong Shou with a smile filled with deep meaning. The Crown Prince really has great methods. Your strategy is outstanding. This is the first time I, Li Luo, have seen someone like you. This time, he was truly impressed. All these arrangements, all these preparations weren't for no reason. Dan's eyes were also filled with admiration. Before this, she thought that Zhong Shou was doing something without a plan, walking to his death. At this moment, she had some confidence. Be it the 3-armed spiritual crossbows or this energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman, they were both trump cards that targeted him, able to turn the situation around. It was obvious that he had come prepared today. Looking at the 3,000 cavalry breaking through several formations, having the strength to sweep over 1,000 troops, it wasn't like what she had imagined, not knowing the art of war. Zhong Shou really wanted to beat his chest and stomp his feet. This energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman was something he bought after the price of beast crystals plummeted. 3 talismans, a total of 150 grade 7 beast crystals. The overall price was even more expensive than the 4,500 sets of blood cloud armor he bought. Each one he used was like digging out the flesh of his heart. Although he acted rich in the past, his stingy and frugal habits in the last life couldn't be changed. It wasn't like the 3-armed spiritual crossbows which had some use in the future. This energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman and wind flame explosive arrow were consumable items. After they were used, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. Sighing, Zhong Shou retracted his thoughts and focused on the black mirror. To spend less money, The key was to crush the 400,000 Alliance army in front of him. Although Ruoshui could restrict a little, with her body condition, she wouldn't be able to drag on for too long. This time, just the investment alone had cost a few hundred grade 7 beast crystals. If they still couldn't win, then it would be a huge loss. Looking at Zhong Shou's pained expression, Li Luo couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh, shaking his head. His eyes focused once more on 10 miles away, his expression slowly becoming serious. When he infused his qi into his eyes, he could clearly see a few powerful qi pillars gathering in front of the high platform. If a few Xuanwu ancestors were to work together and break it, then this battle might really end in a great victory. However, if Zhong Yuan fell, then the few of them could only flee. When the spear in his hand pierced the throats of the last few people in the fourth square formation, Zhong Yuan suddenly squinted his eyes and looked out 100 feet away at that strong aura. In front of him was a 9-foot-tall, muscular man. He held a giant steel shield that was at least a grade 3 spiritual artifact in one hand and a knife in the other. Standing in front of the formation, his eyes focused coldly. The aura surged. It was the 7 meridian of the Xuanwu. He recognized this person. It was Yunxia Mountain's Xiannu. At this moment, nearby, there were 2 Xuanwu ancestors whose auras weren't any weaker than this person hiding within the square formation. Zhong Yuan still didn't have any change in his emotions, only relaxing the muscles in his body once more. Since the start of the battle, his current style was totally different from before. His actions were simple, there wasn't any excess and he didn't waste any energy. Each spear stabbing out was really simple. Even a 6 meridian martial ancestor wouldn't be able to block such a simple stab. However, because it was quick to the extreme, it was also extremely accurate. A truly exquisite spear technique that was suitable for killing on the battlefield didn't need so many tricks. The simpler it was, the more it could take away one's life. Zhong Yuan understood, pretty much throwing all his energy into the battle. He only hoped that his spear could be faster and more concise. Although that prince could control his body, he couldn't control every inch of his muscles and every bit of true qi change. To make his spear faster and sharper, he could only rely on himself. Speaking of which, what was weird was that after he took the lead and broke 4 formations, it actually didn't consume much true qi in his body. The bright yellow pearl at the tip of the spear absorbed the essence energy that was injected into him, allowing him to maintain a huge amount of energy and vital energy. Even at this moment, after he destroyed another black armor square formation, he just needed a moment of rest to recover to his peak state. Which was why Zhong Yuan was also looking forward to the battle with these few Xuanwu ancestors. His spear would reach a higher peak because of these few people. He could also clearly see the prince's spear martial path. Since he was born, in these 20-odd years, he had never felt so close to the true martial path door. He could even see that the door was already opening for him. He just needed to slightly raise his foot and he could step in. As for life and death, he had long forgotten about it. Just like what the 3,000 Xian mountain cavalry behind him said, today he Zhong Yuan would die with no regrets. 4th formation, break. He hollered out with all his strength, a maniacal roar sounded out behind him. With me here, I am invincible, kill! His roar was like that of a dragon. His aura suddenly rose. 100 feet of distance was instantly covered. Zhong Yuan's muscles instantly tensed up. The spear rotated and struck out like a venomous dragon. Numerous lightning glows gathered at the tip of the spear, exploding and expanding by a full 10 times. At this moment, a portion of the scattered lightning snakes in the sky were attracted by the spear aura and gathered around his body. After that, they crazily poured into the purple lightning spear, emitting bursts of popping sounds. Xiannu, who was opposite him, had a serious expression on his face. Although he was fully focused, he didn't care much about the lightning. However, at this moment, the lightning in the sky was attracted by Zhong Yuan's strength. His face instantly turned ashen white. Attracting lightning into the body, no, this is maniac lightning spear sense. However, before he could react, the purple spear had already smashed onto the shield. Numerous purple lightning flashed, instantly giving rise to a high temperature which directly melted the center of the spiritual shield. The tip of the spear also stabbed in, piercing through his chest. The exploding energy directly caused his body to explode, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was startled. This was spear sense. It wasn't the strength of the martial path, nor was it the sword sense he had seen from the prince. It was a true martial path sense. Using the 5-meridian external pill, a body of spiritual artifacts, and the intent of the 3,000 people behind him to display the maniac lightning spear sense in his hand. Luckily, his body had already developed instincts. Even after killing Xian Nu with one spear, his hands were still instinctively moving. When the spear attack was retracted, Zhong Yuan came to his senses. He took in a deep breath and spat out once more, "Xian Nu has been slain. Anyone who dares to block me will be killed." The moment his words landed, 2 auras that weren't any weaker than Xian Nu pounced over at the same time. The wind swept, energy surged, the knife light was bright. The killing intent that pierced over caused one's skin to feel pain. Zhong Yuan scoffed, a lightning glow injected into the dragon horned winged horse under him, stimulating the muscles of the mount. It caused it to increase its speed once more. With a leap of 20 feet, he avoided the combined attacks of the knife and sword shadows. Following which, the purple lightning spear in his hand stabbed out in an impossible manner. More lightning glows charged down from the sky. The spear attack was so quick that it reached the limit of what the naked eye could see, pretty much instantly arriving in front of a yellow-faced middle-aged man. It was Blazing Flame Mountain's 7-meridian Xuanwu Mu Jiang. Pretty much right away, he recognized the background of this person. Zhong Yuan's spear attack was even sharper. A swift stab of the spear, and then with a shake of the spear, the head of this person was twisted into a ball of meat and blood. To be continued. Chapter 215. At the same time, within the carriage formation, Zhong Shou was speechlessly looking at the sky, at the lightning snake that had shrunk by several times and was being drawn down by Zhong Yuan. This damn heavens! Today my success is because of this lightning, and my failure is because of this lightning. Using the lightning in the sky, he was able to cleanly kill Xian Nu, who was famous for his unparalleled strength, in an instant. However, because of this lightning glow, he had entered the most problematic situation. It could be said that this was the only change that he didn't expect. Li Luo and Shi Dan didn't understand, thinking to themselves that wasn't the situation okay? Why did the Crown Prince say the word failure out of the blue? It was like he had lost all his confidence and wasn't as confident as before. They all turned their heads and looked at Zhong Shou, following which their faces were ashen white. Only that the black copper mirror in Zhong Shou's hand had turned back to a black color, the image within had totally disappeared. Thinking about it seriously, they knew what was going on. When the lightning entered his body, it most probably destroyed the talisman formations that Zhong Shou drew on Zhong Yuan's few spiritual armor and purple spears. As expected, cheap things don't have good things. If I knew that this would happen, I wouldn't have saved money. I would have bought all the grade 6 soul-controlling artifacts. I regret it so much, so much. Shi Dan's face was alternating between green and white. She was so depressed that she wanted to spit out blood, thinking to herself what kind of person the person in front of her was. He had seen the hope of victory, but because he wanted to save money, he let the situation slide to an unpredictable place. It really made one speechless. Without Zhong Shou's control, those 3,000 cavalry would have been swallowed up by the Yunxia and Blazing Flame City Alliance army in just a moment. That Zhong Yuan wasn't the opponent of those few Xuanwu ancestors. Zhong Shou was also furious, casually tossing aside the demon artifact in his hand. Following which he stood up and called out, "Shui, bring a Windrider foal over. I want the best." Chu Shui, who was hiding in the carriage to avoid the arrows, hurriedly ran out. After hearing what was said, she was stunned. Then, she came to a realization. "Young master, you're finally preparing to escape? But what about my uncle Hu and the rest?" Zhong Shou was speechless. He glared at him and said, "Nonsense. Who said I was going to run away? Prepare armor for me. Your heir is going to save someone." This battle was dangerous, but no matter what, he couldn't just sit by and watch the 3,000 armored cavalrymen die because of his miscalculation. Chu Shui stared blankly for a moment before crawling under the carriage with a bitter expression to search for the Windrider foals that looked rather strong. In order to avoid the arrows, the wind-winged dragon beasts and Windrider foals that they brought along were all stuffed under the carriage, kneeling in rows. It would take some effort to find him now. However, in just a moment, another furious roar came from 10 miles away. "Mu Jiang of Blazing Flame Mountain, die!" The entire tens of miles around was silent once more. Samuraim's gaze suddenly congealed as he turned around and looked in that direction. The wooden bird that was circling in the air had pretty much completely reflected the situation below into his soul. Only to see that close to the intense battle, the tens of thousands of Yunxia mountain soldiers were all loosening up in formation. Their auras also seemed to have dropped to the extreme. Those 3,000 armored cavalry were still unstoppable. With the strength of a flood, they stepped into the 5th black armored square formation. Rows of black armored soldiers were flattened and smashed away by the wind-winged dragon beasts. Zhong Yuan was still at the front. The path that he chose was the same as what he had thought before. In the next instance, they saw a corpse in black armor being flung up 500 feet by a huge strength. It caused everyone to raise their heads and look over. Zhong Yuan's roar once again sounded out across the battlefield. "Mu Ling of Yunxia Mountain, die!" All the hundreds of thousands of people were speechless. At this moment, no matter which side the soldiers were on. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. With the body of a 4 Meridian martial ancestor, in less than 15 minutes, he led 3,000 iron cavalry to break through 5 formations, consecutively defeating 3 Xuanwu ancestors and killing 15,000 people. Such strong combat strength was unheard of in the Cloud Continent these few hundred years. Li Luo looked out carefully and was speechless. After a short while, he sighed slightly and bowed towards Zhong Shou, showing more respect. "The prince really has a good eye for people. This purple lightning spear Zhong Yuan is an unparalleled general talent." Before this, Li Luo actually underestimated him. Shi Dan nodded her head slightly. "Before this, I was looking down on this person and didn't expect that. This person didn't make a sound but shocked everyone when he did. The prince let him lead the entire army and be the vanguard of the Iron Cavalry. Did you want to train him? You really put a lot of thought into this matter." Zhong Shou also opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that this Zhong Yuan's talent was actually really strong, so strong that he could go up against the 100,000 blood-killer Zhao Yinran. He was even a little weaker than Shui, who had the combat martial body. However, for him to be strong to such an extent was unexpected. He just controlled his body, and this fellow actually comprehended his purple lightning spear to a level where he could kill Mu Jiang and Mu Ling, these 2 Xuanwu ancestors. Although he borrowed a portion of the lightning power in the air, his body was definitely able to comprehend a portion of the maniac lightning spear intent, not only in the martial path, but he was also able to accurately find the weaknesses of the enemy formation after him. This fellow was really a general talent, an unparalleled general talent with top talents. Hearing Li Luo speak, Zhong Shou came back to his senses, quickly closing his mouth and coughing, his face turning into a confident expression. He waved his hand magnanimously and smiled. You praise me too much. My subordinate does have some talent. However, this ability isn't worth mentioning. How can he be called a general talent? Li Luo and Shurdan were speechless. What he said was a little too fake. The previous battle results were controlled by Zhong Shou. However, in the end, he challenged two Xuanwu ancestors and stepped on the fifth formation without any losses. That Zhong Yuan really relied on his own ability. With such talent, if he wasn't an unparalleled general talent, then what was he? There were probably less than 5 of such geniuses in the world, and they were even fewer than Ling Wuzuan. Not only did the various major factions view it as a treasure, but even the Central Plains dynasties with vast lands and resources and countless talents under their rule, as well as the holy lands and spiritual houses and sects, coveted it and were incomparably envious. At this moment, this fellow was smiling so much that he couldn't close his mouth, but he was still acting. At this moment Chu Shui also jumped onto the carriage and stood behind him. Young master, we have found the horse, do you still want to go? I'm not going. Zhong Shou shook his head regretfully. I originally wanted to show off my strength, to take the head of a general amongst 10,000 troops. It seems like it won't work. Chu Shui curled her lips, hiding her disdain. Her face was filled with praise as she looked into the distance. That Yunxia mountain and blazing flame mountain people couldn't block him at all. Brother Zhong Yuan is so majestic. Feels so good, kill kill kill, kill kill until they cry for their parents. Do they still dare to offend our Gantian mountain? He has already charged to the 6th formation. Young master, how did Brother Zhong Yuan suddenly become so strong? Zhong Shou was a little annoyed, feeling a little jealous when he heard that. He looked at Chu Shui in disdain. Do you think he is like you? He only knows how to eat and is of no use at all. Chu Shui was instantly furious, feeling wronged, but she couldn't think of anything to retort. In the end, she viciously stepped on Zhong Shou's foot, using all her strength to grind. Zhong Shou couldn't help but grit his teeth, thinking to himself that this brat was trying to bite her master again. Later he would viciously smack her and teach her a heavy lesson. How amazing! At the same time, tens of miles away, above the canyon, there was a place that no one could notice. Lei Dong also had a look of disbelief as he looked below the canyon. That Zhong Yuan is actually so amazing. I was wondering why that prince always brought him along. So this person's talent is so strong. No wonder he dared to enter this Ruahai Straits and go head-on against the 400,000 troops of Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountain. So he had such a trump card in his hands. He took in a deep breath, his tone regaining calmness. He is a top general talent, using 3,000 iron cavalry to crush 400,000 elite. From today onwards, this world will have one more legend. Even if we can't win in the end, such an achievement is enough to shock the cloud world. Even the central cloud continent would be shocked by this. Unbelievable! At this moment, Zhao Yinran was sitting on a rock at the side. Below was a 12,000 feet high cliff. Looking down, one could only see a patch of mist wrapped around it. One couldn't see the bottom. She didn't care about it at all, her bare feet stirring up the mist. In her palm, there was a snow-white cloud bird which was continuously jumping about. However, no matter what, he was unable to escape from her palms. That anxious and helpless look only made Zhao Yanran giggle, her body trembling with joy. Lei Dong glanced at him, scolding him in his heart for being perverted. Out of all the women in this Tsang Xingdao, this crazy woman was the most abnormal. He said expressionlessly, "Crazy woman, what do you think we should do now? Naturally, do you dare to hide it from me?" Zhao Yinran played for a while and felt bored, releasing the cloud bird. She used her hand to support her head. Great! This time, apart from the sword path won with the spirit, we actually have a buy one get one free, along with an unparalleled general talent. Luckily, my senior master has left and your uncle isn't here. However, if that's the case, we are going to have a huge fight, right? Lei Dong's face instantly twitched. He was speechless for a long time. His heart was really conflicted. What he was most worried about was that the 3 months time limit would be extended. Who knows when he would be able to see his Miss Shinru again. Zhao Yinran didn't show any pity, following which she said in deep thought, "Do you think this prince is a God Emperor candidate? Legend has it that the future God Emperor has many famous generals under him." Impossible. Lei Dong shook his head. During the Cloud Desolate era, the Cloud World God Emperor in the prophecy of the 3 saints, based on what his teachers said, definitely couldn't be a monster. To be continued. Chapter 216. Similarly, at the border of the canyon, roughly 30 miles away from the battlefield, there was a mountain peak that was thousands of feet shorter. A white-robed, white-haired, and handsome middle-aged man clad in bright silver armor was drifting about. Each step he took covered a distance of more than 1,000 feet. He walked to the top of the short peak and then looked at the battlefield dozens of miles away. He didn't use any spells to strengthen his eyesight, but it was like he could totally disregard those dozens of miles. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked on at the battle. Beside him stood one more person who was ordered by Zhongshu, Ruoxue, who had left early. She was also standing tall and silently looking into the distance. On the other hand, there was a flat ground at the foot of this short mountain, and it was covered with numerous dismembered corpses. A rough count would reveal that there were actually a total of 8,000 corpses. They all held sharp weapons and wore black talisman armor. Their bodies were all really muscular. One could see that their combat strength wasn't weak when they were alive. However, at this moment they all died in such a tragic manner. At the center of those corpses was a giant spell altar. Dozens of men dressed in spirit master attire were lying on the ground. There were no other injuries on their bodies, only their heads were separated from their bodies. Without exception, they were all beheaded by a knife. Beside these corpses, there was a group of about 1,000 knights. They were all white shirt and white hair, wearing silver armor. Their faces that were revealed were all extremely handsome. Speaking of which, it was weird. They were all carved with patterns and were really bright and beautiful. However, it wasn't eye-catching at all. Instead, it caused these people to have a vague and indistinct feeling. If they were mixed in the crowd and looked out, they would most probably not be noticed. The war horses under them were also silver, similar to normal windrider foals. However, outside of their skin, they were covered in a layer of natural silver scales. Their bodies were really beautiful, both light and strong. One could imagine how swift these silver-armored war horses would be when they gallop. A full 1,000 cavalry lined up in an orderly formation, quietly waiting at the foot of the mountain. No one showed any impatience. It added a solemn atmosphere at the foot of the mountain. It was like everyone had merged into the environment, they were one body. The person on the carriage is the prince? 3 years of not seeing him and he actually grew so tall. As expected, he was made from the same mold as Junshang. However, he clearly knew that this place had already been occupied by Yunxia Mountain City and Blazing Flame Mountain City, with over 400,000 troops stationed here. Why did you come here to die? First, the middle-aged man looked at the chariot formation in the distance with a deeply puzzled expression. However, when the eyes of the silver-armored middle-aged man took in the entire battlefield, the glow in his eyes surged. It was completely different from what he had imagined, where Zhongshu and his entourage were fighting to the death, and where they had to risk their lives to rescue them. At this moment, the carriage formation was like an impregnable fortress. Although there were tens of thousands of cavalry surrounding them, the moment they got close, they would be repelled by the crossbow bolts fired from within. Most of them were ordinary arrows, mixed with some spiritual arrows that could explode with wind blades or flames. However, where the three-armed spiritual crossbows shot out, the power was extremely strong. Every time they fired, they would take the lives of hundreds of people. 10 miles away, the situation near the Alliance Army camp was even more shocking. Only to see the 3,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry were like a red iron current, rampaging about in the enemy formation. 400,000 people were unable to stop them for even a moment. Behind them, there were even more corpses lying on the ground. The white-haired middle-aged man thought that he had seen wrongly. He shook his head and looked out carefully. However, he noticed that the scene in his field of vision was still the same as before. It was still those 1,000 mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry, 2,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry elite. Among the 10,000 troops, they were invincible. As for the corpses that had already fallen, it was even more shocking. 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry, 1,000 black cloud dragon spear warriors, 10,000 black cloud elite cavalry. The elites of Yunxia Mountain had actually fallen to such a state. There were also the corpses and broken armor of the blazing flame mountain wind chasing armor cavalry. He was obviously someone who had been through hundreds of battles. The white-haired middle-aged man closed his eyes. In just a moment, he had deduced 80 to 90% of what had happened. On the side of the carriage formation, if I'm not wrong, they should have used over 150 Kongqi sect wind flame explosive arrows. Or maybe Mingqi sect bright burning arrows. Those 3,000 cavalry should have first crushed the 50,000 cavalry of the left wing before charging at the infantry. Within 1,000 breaths, they had broken through 5 formations. Why didn't they use bows? When his eyes touched the grass in front of the crescent moon formation which was filled with arrows, the middle-aged man understood something and took in a deep cold breath. To be able to charge back and force the enemy to continuously use bows to break their formation. What kind of pressure did this cause to the few people in charge of the troops of Yunxia Mountain for them to do that? Then, his gaze was completely attracted by the red-armored knight who was completely destroying the 5th black-armored square formation. To be able to slaughter 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry and break through 5 formations. As for Yang Xian and the others, they had probably already died in the hands of this arrogant black-armored cavalry. Just now, he had personally seen the corpse of Yunxia Mountain's Mu Ling being lifted up 500 feet by this person's spear, exploding into pieces in midair. Exquisite spear technique. His formation charging technique is close to several times stronger than mine. This is obviously the talent of a general. Where did the prince find such a person? No wonder he isn't afraid of the 400,000 troops of the 2 cities. However, why would such a person follow the prince? A series of questions rose up in his mind. For such a talent, there was no place for him to go. Even in the Central Dynasty, there was a place for him. In just a few short years, he could rise up to the position of a lord. Why would he serve Zhongsho? Moments later, the eyes of the white-haired middle-aged man constricted. Purple lightning spear. This person is Purple Lightning Spear Zhong Yuan. Ruoshui, did I guess wrongly? Ruoshui was at the side and didn't say anything. She allowed the handsome middle-aged man to mutter to himself. Only now did she turn her head, blinking her eyes in shock before nodding her head. As expected, it is him. This kid, in the past I only thought that his talent was not bad and that he was the top junior of our Skyfox race. Who knew that he was unparalleled in formation charging? No wonder the ruler has such high hopes for him. The breathing of the white-haired middle-aged man became hurried, the veins on his hands popping out. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, his gaze like a knife, nearly turning into a physical form. Ruoshui, is this person serving the prince, or is he still serving that Zongyang father and son? If such a person was still being used by Zongyang, no matter how important this kid was to their Skyfox race, he would kill him here. 4 meridians of the Earth chakra level. He was invincible on the battlefield. He could stay for a few years. In the entire Donglin Cloud continent, how many people could stop him? This time, a weird expression appeared on Ruoshui's face. Thinking back to that day, the situation in Jiefu City, it was impossible for Zhong Yuan to serve that Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang father and son. However, to say that Zhong Yuan was taken in by Zhong Shou for his own use, that wasn't the case. It seemed like he was still lacking a little. Thinking about it for a moment, Ruoshui replied seriously, "Don't worry, the prince is really strong, really amazing." She was afraid that the other party wouldn't believe her, specially emphasizing her words, "Stronger than you and me, much stronger." The white-haired middle-aged man was startled, thinking to himself that this reply didn't seem to match the horse's mouth. The prince had a dual meridian body, and was unable to cultivate. What did she mean by saying he was strong, much stronger? This Zhong Yuan is actually an unparalleled general seed. Within the canyon, this was already the 4th person, and he was muttering to himself in shock. However, the face of the owner of this voice was ashen white. Xiong Kuei leaned beside the wooden railing, staring down. Those 3,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry were less than 400 feet away from the wooden platform. In front of them was a 5,000 Yunxia City black armor square formation. Next was the 2,000 maniac bear armored warriors behind. However, looking at the situation, their morale was extremely low. The soldiers within the Yunxia City square formation were all in despair. It was obvious that they didn't have any confidence in being able to block the charge of the Iron Cavalry. They only relied on the discipline and obedience formed from long-term training to hold on and prevent the formation from collapsing. Even the 2,000 berserk bear-armored warriors under his command were somewhat nervous. These strongest elites of Blazing Flame Mountain were mentally tough. However, at this moment, they didn't have much fighting spirit. Instead, they were more solemn and had the heart to fight to the death. The bear race loved to fight. They would only act like that when facing an opponent that they couldn't win against. Damn it! Damn it! Mu Ling, Xianu, how useless! The 3 of them working together actually couldn't kill a 4-meridian martial ancestor. What use do I have for them? Feng Yu suddenly punched out, smashing the wooden railing in front of him into pieces. Xiong Kuei came back to his senses and looked to the side. Although the other party was scolding him, his eyes were filled with pain and also some fear. This heir of Yunxia Mountain, who had always been known for being unyielding, was actually feeling fear. Xiong Kuei didn't have any intention to mock him. In just a short moment, he consecutively stabbed 3 Xuanwu ancestors. He was also a little afraid. He was afraid of that man who was wearing red armor and holding a purple spear, looking like he couldn't win. It isn't that they are useless, but that Zhong Yuan is too strong. How terrifying! Feng Yu let out a humph. He was a bit irritated as he paced back and forth on the high platform. Then, he looked behind him. What's going on with those spirit masters? Why did they only send out lightning and not do anything? It is indeed a little weird. I think something must have happened. In Xiong Kuei's chest, a bad feeling rose up, his heart pounding. He wasn't willing to think about it, changing the topic. Before, since you could force him to kneel on the ground, why didn't you kill that Zhong Yuan? If you killed him earlier, why would things have ended up like this? You have to be able to kill him first. Feng Yu's brows furrowed, his fists tightly clenched, blood seeping out from his gums. No wonder that Zhong Weiran went all out to save him even though he knew that Zhong Yang had raised him up. At that time, who would have thought that this person who had no hope of breaking through to Xiantian would have such a talent? Chapter 217. It is useless to say anything now. In the future, as long as Gantian Mountain has this person, we won't have to worry about being wiped out. However, his spear technique actually contains maniac lightning spear intent. In Donglin Cloud Continent, there are less than 50 people who can deal with him. Those ascended ancestors can't attack, and it would be tough to assassinate him. Who knows if that Zongyang father and son would feel heart-pained when they find out. Raising this wolf cub, in the end it still benefited that Zong Shou. Xiong Kuei's brows furrowed, wanting to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Why am I worried about them? If we can't block now, you and I will be in danger. Feng Yu gritted his teeth, his face dark and sunken. Thinking to himself that Zhong Yuan was risking his life in front of the formation, he didn't know what he was doing. He most probably didn't listen to the orders of that Zongyang father and son. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. Taking in a deep breath. This Zhong Yuan is unparalleled in terms of formation charging. Till date, both our armies are unable to block him. Even if 3 Xuanwu ancestors worked together, they were unable to block him. The remaining 2 formations wouldn't be able to block him either. Should we send more people over from the right wing? Till date, our Yunxia Mountain has lost 3 Xuanwu ancestors. Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Black Cloud Cavalry, Black Cloud Dragon Spear Warriors. More than 20,000 elites had all been buried here. Your Blazing Flame Mountain City can't just not do anything. When Xiong Kuei heard that, his eyes squinted dangerously. Brother Feng, aren't your words a little too much? Since the start of the war till date, our Blazing Flame Mountain has also suffered heavy casualties. The wind-chasing armor cavalry is all dead. We also have 2 Xuanwu ancestors, 1 dead and 1 injured. Our losses aren't much less than yours. Thinking about the cavalry army that died under the wind flame exploding arrows, Xiong Kuei couldn't help but feel stuffy in his chest, wanting to spit out blood. The angles of those arrows were really tricky. It could be said that they wiped out the most elite heavy-armored cavalry under him. Close to 16,000 of them died, and out of those injured, at least half of them couldn't recover. After a few breaths of time, Xiong Kuei was barely able to calm his mind. At this moment, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with this Feng Yu, he still had some misgivings. He deliberated his tone and said, "Brother Feng, you don't need to worry. You also know the combat power of the 2,000 wild bear armored warriors under my command. The thing they are least afraid of is the charge of armored cavalry. After breaking through 6 formations, even if these Xian mountain armored cavalry still had energy left, they were like arrows at the end of their flight, unable to break through. I bet they will return in defeat. Even if that Zhong Yuan is unparalleled in breaking formations and can break my wild bear armored warriors, he will certainly suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, I'm afraid it's too late now. At this moment, 1,000 feet away, the 3,000 mysterious armored cavalry had already crossed a distance of 14 feet. They once again accelerated to the limit and crashed into the last black armored square formation. The horse hooves were like thunder, drowning out the sound of weapons clashing. Those iron-armored wind-winged dragon beasts that swarmed over were like a surging wave. Just the momentum alone caused hundreds of armored soldiers who were waiting to fly away. It was like breaking through rotten bamboo breaking in. In just a breath, it caused the formation to show signs of collapsing. Xiong Kuei's face couldn't help but turn ashen white. In his heart, he was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have moved his wild bear armored warriors over. As for Feng Yu, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Following which, he silently took several steps back. The few attendants beside him immediately understood what he meant. They hurriedly left and led the dozens of war horses to the bottom of the high platform. Coincidentally, at this moment, the 2 of them felt a killing intent strike over. When they looked out, they saw that the killing intent came from below the high platform. 1,000 feet away, the red armored cavalry appeared in front of the 3,000 iron cavalry, his aura surging into the heavens. The dragon-horned winged horse under him was like it was in an unstoppable realm, charging in the thousands of elite troops. A pair of cold eyes looked over coldly, causing Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei to feel a chill run down their spines. The former couldn't help but think back to the words he said a few days ago. He seemed to have said in front of this person that the next time they met on the battlefield, he would take this Zhong Yuan's head and make it into a drowning vessel. However, the current situation was such that he didn't even dare to have a head-on battle with this person. This Zhong Yuan, after being silent for 3 years, exploded out today. He was invincible in battle formations, an unparalleled general talent. The light was so bright that he felt like it was piercing to the eye. 6 Formation Break. Today, horses trample 1,000 troops. Kill, kill, kill. A series of shouts, pretty much like one. Majestic and heroic, passionate surging, the will of the people as a stronghold. If before, when Zhong Yuan hollered out horses trample 1,000 troops, it was to boost their courage, then at this moment, the 3,000 Xian mountain cavalry truly had the heroic spirit of trampling 1,000 troops. Pretty much everyone's body was filled with fighting spirit, their minds were like steel, their blood boiling. They didn't feel tired at all. The 6th formation was broken, and there were only 2,000 maniac bear-armored warriors left. They were all close to 10 feet tall, their bodies extremely muscular. Who knows how many layers of armor they wore on their bodies, covering their entire bodies. Their hands held giant double-edged axes that were the size of doors. There were also 5 small axes at their waists for them to throw. Even the collapse of the Yunxia mountain soldiers in front of them, who could be said to be elites, didn't shake their resolve at all. They calmly and seriously focused their attention over. Between the two armies, there were roughly 300 feet, which was the distance where the axes could be thrown to display power. Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed slightly. The dragon-horned winged horse below didn't speed up, instead slowing down by a little. He reached out with his left hand, first spreading out his 5 fingers and waving it forward. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Zhongyuan knew that this was the hand signal that Zhong Shou gave to the back, but he didn't know what it was about. Tan Tao understood, hollering out, split into 2 groups, spread out and chase away the enemy. Immediately, there were 2 groups charging at the front. Around 600 mysterious armor elite cavalry spread out in all directions. They formed a fan shape, chasing the scattered Yunxia mountain soldiers towards the maniac bear-armored warrior square formation. Just as they chased 120 feet, the maniac bear-armored warrior commander seemed to know that the situation wasn't good, giving out an order without hesitation. Instantly, close to 1,000 3-foot-long hatchets were tossed out. Wherever the rolling blade lights passed, the heads of nearly 1,000 soldiers would be separated from their bodies. After the second wave of axes, pretty much all the scattered soldiers were cleared out. However, in that instance, Zhong Yuan, who had already galloped 100 feet away, and the many mysterious mountain-armored cavalry. He once again urged the horse to speed up and charge over. Those maniac bear-armored warriors were too late to pull out their axes. They could only roar out, waving their door-sized giant axes and furiously chopping forwards. A snow-white axe light suddenly lit up. Zhong Yuan scoffed coldly, not bothering at all. The purple lightning spear in his hand exploded, and all the lightning gathered at the tip of the spear exploded out, spreading 1,000 feet around. Although the lightning became weaker the further it went, it still caused the wild bear-armored warriors who were about to raise their axes to chop down to feel their bodies become slightly numb. In just that moment of pause, those fierce dragon-like mysterious armor cavalry directly smashed into the front of the formation. Numerous spear shadows stabbed out, along with the galloping of the horses, they became even sharper and sharper. In an instant, 500 maniac bear-armored warriors were stabbed to death on the spot. Some of the stronger ones even tossed the corpses to the back of the enemy formation. The charge of the Iron Cavalry was still unstoppable, drowning out everything. In just a dozen breaths, Zhong Yuan had already passed through these 2,000 heavy armor formations. Maniac bear-armored warriors are just SOSO. Seventh formation, break. The 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry behind all laughed out loud when they heard that. They are indeed just SOSO, unable to take a single blow. What maniac bear-armored warriors! Today we will kill them like dogs. They are so weak, how can they be called elites? There are 400,000 people here, in my eyes they are just some grass. With the general leading us, the 3,000 armored cavalry of Xian Mountain will definitely flatten them today. Hu Zhongyuan kept silent at the back, feeling a little jealous. Be it the maniac bear-armored warriors or the tiger-leopard cavalry, they were all top elites that had caused Gantian Mountain to suffer a huge loss. Even the mysterious armor-wind dragon cavalry, that was said to be on the same level as them, was actually a little weaker. They were obviously so afraid before, but now they were trembling, thinking to himself that they could just brag about themselves. In the future, without the prince leading them, they would still show themselves. He looked once more at Zhong Yuan and swept behind him, at the messy battlefield that was covered in corpses. He couldn't help but sigh. The tens of thousands of cavalry behind were chasing right behind them. The distance between the two armies was just 1,000 to 400 feet. However, at this moment, since they didn't have the slightest chance of breaking through the middle army, the tens of thousands of cavalry behind them were naturally of no threat. At this moment, no one could block the sharpness of the 3,000 cavalry. The enemy couldn't take down the carriage formation. Even if they couldn't win today's battle, they wouldn't lose. He didn't know that the talisman formations on Zhong Yuan's body had all lost their effectiveness. Only that from start to finish, it was all done by Zhong Shou. That prince was able to control Zhong Yuan's body from afar, and was already so overpowered. Once he broke through to the martial ancestor or even the mysterious realm and commanded 10,000 troops, how strong would that be? So apart from the prince's sword path being one with the spirit, his spear and formation charging techniques were also so amazing. Could this be the so-called peerless talent of a general? He is pretty much invincible. His words were praising Zhong Shou, but the Xian Mountain City cavalry beside him didn't know what he meant. Their eyes lit up and they all hollered out. Invincible purple lightning, unparalleled formation charging. Their voices were like tiger roars and thunder, shaking the wilderness. Even the Kamas Tan Tao's eyes shone with a weird light. Actually, at this moment, the one who should enjoy the cheers and respect should be the prince. In his life, he had never seen such a sharp person, grabbing every opportunity and making the most of it. Such a person was born to be invincible on the battlefield. Zhong Yuan acted like he didn't hear anything, only staring at the roughly 300 feet high platform not far away. Chapter 218. In the distance, he could see two people jumping down from the high platform. After riding on two majestic windrider foals, they started to crazily flee into the camp. Below the high platform, there were only 400 to 500 personal troops. Their faces were ashen green, along with a few thousand soldiers guarding the camp, blocking outside of the camp. However, at this moment, they formed up in a rush, their hearts filled with panic and fear, pretty much in a mess. When Zhong Yuan saw the situation, his eyes couldn't help but show a cold disdain, his heart filled with disappointment. These two people didn't even dare to join hands to fight him. 2 years ago, even if he knew that he was going to die, he didn't even take a step back in front of Feng Yu's knife. Was such a person worthy of being on the same level as him? Then, like an electric current flashed across his brain, He thought back to a few days ago when Zhong Shou was in Jiefu City and said those words to him. He wanted to chop off the heads of Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu and make them into urinals. Not only in Jiefu City, that day when he lost his soul, he said it. Today before the battle, when he was feeling down, the prince had also mentioned it. However, at that time, he thought that Zhong Shou was joking and didn't treat it as real. At this moment, his blood couldn't help but boil, his heart filled with excitement. His prince really did what he said, never saying any false words. Saying that he wanted him to personally chop off the heads of these two people, it gave him a chance. In an instant, numerous scenes surged into his mind. 2 years ago, he was crazily chopped by Feng Yu's sword on the battlefield, suppressing him until he couldn't take it anymore and could only kneel on the ground. Also, during these 2 years, those prickly words that caused him to have no face to meet people. Even those ugly words of the two people in Jiefu City. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, he didn't care much about life and death, honor and disgrace. However, these few years of depression were simply too much. If he didn't take the heads of these two people, wouldn't he be letting down the prince's good intentions? Kill! Ferociously urging the horse, causing the dragon-horned winged horse to speed up once more. Zhong Yuan, 1 man and 1 spear, didn't stop at all as he smashed into the camp gate. These few thousand armored soldiers were defeated in a single strike. Even if Feng Yuxiong's personal troops tried their best to stop them, it was still futile. 3,000 cavalrymen trampled on the ground, but before they could even cause a slightly larger wave, they were completely crushed and drowned. Zhong Yuan's spear also smashed the several zhang tall wooden gate into pieces. Then, the black-armored cavalry swarmed in like a tide. He continued to chase after the two people who were escaping. At this time, Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei had already completely lost their minds. They no longer had the calm demeanor of a prince from before. Although the Windrider foals they rode on were all variants that had entered the Grade 4 realm, they were still extremely weak. Originally, they thought that even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. However, the dragon-horned winged horse that Zhong Yuan was riding seemed to have gone mad for some reason. Its speed was almost 40% faster than theirs. He would only need a few dozen breaths to cover the distance of 1,000 feet. His grandmother, they are running really fast. Xiong Yu looked behind him, his eyes extremely dark and sunken. His body was tall and sturdy. As for the other races of the Xiong tribe, their weight was several times that of the Wind Wolf race. Even if he was riding on a Grade 4 mutated Windrider foal, he was still tens of horse lengths behind Feng Yu. He originally didn't have any fighting spirit, and he knew it in his heart. With this Zhong Yuan as the commander, the 3,000 Xian mountain iron cavalry could sweep and trample thousands of troops. To take the head of one person out of 10,000 was like taking something out of a bag. On their side, out of the 6 Xuanwu masters, 1 was heavily injured and 4 were dead. There was also no news of the 2 returned to Sun Spirit masters. The army was terrified and their morale was low. At this moment, even if 400,000 people were piled up together, they might not be able to block the enemy from killing them. Furthermore, the 2 of them looked like they were working together, but they were divided at heart. They didn't have any chance to reorganize the army. Their original plan was to use the cover of the camp to escape from behind. Anyways, the enemy only had 3,000 men. 400,000 people, no matter how they killed, they wouldn't be able to kill much. Now that they scattered, it would instead allow more people to escape from this Ruahai Strait. On the other hand, if he died here, then he would have nothing left. However, if he continued to chase like this, before he could even escape out of the camp, he would be killed by Zhong Yuan, who chased up from behind with a spear. His eyes rolled, and Xiong Kuei hesitated slightly. He directly turned his horse around and galloped in another direction with the few servants beside him. There were still 100,000 infantry troops there. As long as this Zhong Yuan didn't chase, he would be able to protect his life. However, this action was slightly risky. However, since he was going to die either way, why not take a gamble? After separating from Feng Yu, Xiong Kuei galloped another 50 to 60 feet before looking back once more, only to see that Zhong Yuan, who chased up, coldly looked at him and didn't bother about him. He continued to chase after Feng Yu. This caused Xiong Kuei to heave a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself that he was lucky. Luckily, the person who forced Zhong Yuan to kneel 2 years ago wasn't him. The distance of 1,000 feet was reduced to less than 60 feet in an instant. Feng Yu seemed to know that he wouldn't be able to escape. After galloping for a short while, he lost all hope. He suddenly hollered out, jumping off the horse and directly slashing behind him with a sword. 2 years ago, I made you kneel and beg for mercy. 2 years later, I can still kill you. Leopard leaving sword, slash. A 7-foot-long giant sword. Just the wind that it brought about when it was waved was enough to destroy all the tents and wooden stakes within 1,000 feet. As for the ground beneath Feng Yu, it had also suddenly sunk by a full 2 feet. It caused the entire 500 feet of flat land to cave in. When this sword slashed out, it was a full 3 million kilograms of strength. The sword's shadow was like the wind, arriving in an instant. It brought with it a series of afterimages as it slashed in front of Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan didn't even blink. If it was 2 hours ago, he wouldn't be able to do anything. If it was 2 hours ago, Feng Yu's sword, even if he went all out, he could only avoid death. At this moment, in his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Even if he couldn't, the prince who controlled his body could easily take this person's life. The spear in his hand simply flicked, using exquisite strength, a spear flower trembling. It caused the giant sword in Feng Yu's hand to fly out hundreds of feet. Following which, when the dragon-horned winged horse flew past, Zhong Yuan swiftly pulled out his cavalry knife and slashed down, causing Feng Yu's head to fly high into the air. Following which the purple lightning spear in his hand flashed once more, bringing the head back, only to see that Feng Yu's eyes were still staring furiously. His pupils still hadn't scattered, like he still had consciousness. Apart from a little loss, it was filled with hatred and unwillingness. Zhong Yuan was too lazy to care about him, hanging Feng Yu's head on his waist. However, in his heart, he was secretly puzzled. What he had done just now was actually his own thoughts. She thought that the crown prince wouldn't be so senseless, but he did it as a matter of course. He tried to wave his limbs, and as expected, he could move freely. Moments later, he didn't have any more doubts. He had probably won the battle and his prince didn't control his body anymore. At this moment, the Xian Mountain City cavalry, who followed closely behind him, were all silent. Before this, when they followed Zhong Yuan to charge into the formation, they were in total despair, only having thoughts of dragging one person down with them. Until Zhong Yuan led them to crush the 50,000 cavalry and slay Yang Xian, they were shocked. Only then did a little hope rise up in their hearts. Towards the end, they broke through 7 formations in a row. Even the famous Black Cloud Dragon Spear warriors and Wild Bear armored warriors were trampled under the horses' hooves. It was as if flames were rising in their chests. However, when they personally saw Feng Yu's head being chopped off by Zhong Yuan, they didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Disbelief and joy surged into the depths of their hearts, and they were unable to react all of a sudden. They only felt that everything in front of them was in a daze. They didn't dare to believe that such terrifying battle results were personally created by them. Out of all of them, only Tan Tao kept calm. First, he took in a deep breath, and then he hollered, "Feng Yu has been killed. My Xian Mountain is mighty." That voice was filled with internal energy, and it actually shook the wilderness. Only then did the 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry come back to their senses. Then, they crazily hollered out, "Today, my Black Mountain armored cavalry is invincible!" They all looked towards Zhong Yuan with respect and admiration in their eyes. They all raised up their spears and knives, paying their respects. "Purple Lightning is invincible, Donglin is unparalleled." The shouts of the 3,000 people gathered, their voices shaking tens of miles. Outside of the barrack, the faces of the many troops from the Yunxia mountain city were all ashen. Some of the generals were silent. They did not hesitate for even a moment as they led their subordinates and frantically rushed towards the other end of the gorge. Hundreds of thousands of troops actually scattered like stars. Although they didn't throw away their armor and helmets, they were running like wolves and pigs, making it seem really chaotic. Even the people of Blazing Flame Mountain had expressions of fear and trepidation on their faces as well. Their crown prince was with Feng Yu, and Feng Yu was dead. Then, was their crown prince dead or alive? The 30,000 cavalry who originally surrounded the carriage formation all retreated. At this moment, Xiong Kuei had coincidentally run out of the barracks from the other side. 2,000 feet out was his 100,000 troop. The tens of thousands of cavalry in the distance were swiftly drawing close. Xiong Kuei instantly heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he was already safe. He couldn't help but turn his head, his eyes filled with melancholy as he looked behind the barracks. That Feng Yu actually died just like that? What a waste. In the future, Yunxia Mountain will have no one to take over. He was shaking his head, trying to hide into the cavalry army. Xiong Kuei suddenly had an idea, turning his head and looking to his right, only to see that in that direction, who knows when, a thin mountain mist had spread out, covering hundreds of miles and swiftly spreading all about. Xiong Kuei's brows furrowed, following which he thought about something, his face instantly turning ashen white. Then, in the next moment, he heard thunderous sounds of hooves approaching rapidly. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.